even though the grooms aren't supposed to be excited and interested in their wedding preparations. I was. Melanie's bridesmaids, a close group of her girlfriends she had known forever, giggled, calling me metrosexual, as I heatedly discussed the various flavors of cake and shades of napkins, but I didn't care. And when Melanie and I had a screaming row over the flower arrangements, lilies, really? Can we think just a little outside the box, darling? They actually took my side. I liked her bridesmaids fair enough. For the first year of our relationship, they had been an amorphous blob of vaguely interchangeable Melanie's girlfriends, and I never quite got round to learning their names. After all, Melanie mostly hung out with them without me. As the months passed, I learned there was the tall one, the curvy one, the one who looked like the non-actress version of Juliana Margulies, and the bitchy one. And now the wedding preparations were fully underway, I was starting to tell them a bit apart. But still, perhaps it was their habit of dressing in generally similar styles, often in each other's clothes, and doing their hair and makeup pretty similar too, that often led me to confuse them. But so long as they went along with the vision we had for our perfect day, it was all good. In fact, we were talking about the bridesmaids' dresses when I first realized there might be a problem. Melanie casually mentioned Elaine, one of her bridesmaids. It didn't first register with me. Melanie kept talking about the dresses. But she really dislikes the sage green we picked for the color of the dresses. I told her that was all you, darling. Suddenly, my brain did a double take. Elaine? Your childhood friend? Melanie nodded. She's so excited for the wedding, and to be bridesmaid. She never got to be bridesmaid while she was alive, so I'm happy to do this for her. I sat down heavily and suddenly, and looked at Melanie, who was staring at her face carefully in the mirror, contouring her cheeks. Ugh. She was using that shade of bronzer, which made her look like a white actor cast by Hollywood in 1970s Technicolor as Cherokee Warrior 1. I had told her many times not to use that. Then I focused. Melanie. Elaine is dead. You told me. She died of cancer, just a few months before we started dating. Melanie turned, and I couldn't help wincing at her makeup. But the expression in her eyes was real emotion, pure anger. I know what I told you, and I told you too. She is always with me. She will always be with me. And if you have a problem with that, or any of my girlfriends... I held up my hand to staunch the Spice Girls rant that I had heard several times before. Melanie, no. Of course I don't have a problem. I thought you meant, like metaphorically, spiritually, you know? Like people always talk about their dead grandma or whatever, looking out for them. But now you're talking about her wearing a bridesmaid dress. At our wedding. My voice rose incredulously, and I could hear a tinny note of panic creeping in. Our whole relationship was flashing before my eyes, as I remembered all the times Melanie had casually said something like, "And we were at happy hour when Elaine said," and we all died laughing. and Elaine told me to not worry about it. She would sort it out. And you know, the next day it was all fixed. The doorbell rang. Melanie ran to the door, and a second later, the high chatter of excited women filled the air as all the friend group trooped in. They were all dressed quite similarly, as always, in stripy crop tops revealing various parts of their body, and cargo pants, and that dreadful orangish contouring. Melanie said, "Ladies, this fella here doesn't think Elaine should be one of the bridesmaids." The chatter subsided, giving place to a nervous, tense silence. The girls exchanged glances. Then Juliana spoke up. "Look, you don't want to do that. Elaine is really happy to be a bridesmaid. Plus, you don't want to make her mad at you. She really cares about Melanie. They were like sisters growing up, you know." The air in the room seemed to thicken slightly. I couldn't quite tell how many there were. The orange contour gave them an almost animalistic quality, and they stared at me with their hostile, strange eyes, which yet were not devoid of some sympathy. Suddenly I yelped out. Something was burning me in my pants pocket. I snatched my phone out, which was glowing bright hot, and immediately dropped it on the floor. My hand scalded. We all stared at the phone, the red glow fading harmlessly. I held my blistering hand, my shock numbing the searing pain. "That was Elaine," murmured the curvy one. Melanie came up to me, looking up into my eyes beseechingly. "Please, don't make her spoil our perfect day. We've been planning this for so long. She has to be there. She has been waiting for this. Just try to understand. She loves us all so much." Tall one spoke up. "Melanie passed a cyclist too close the other day driving home, and he gave her the finger. You don't want to know what Elaine did to him. She draws strength from caring for Melanie, you know. His head was almost cut off by his bike chain. It was wrapped so tightly around his throat." Melanie nodded solemnly. "It cut right through his spine. I could see his vertebrae poking out, covered with blood." I took my phone and tried to quell the shaking that was threatening to take over me. I don't want to appear scared and witless in front of the bridesmaids. My hand was starting to throb. The girls moved around, all still looking worriedly at me. I still didn't know how many there were. 4 or 5? "Of course," I muttered. "Of course Elaine should be one of the bridesmaids." A sigh of relief went up. Then Melanie threw her arms around my neck. "Oh, darling, we're going to have the best wedding ever." I'm going to tell you something that happened to me last Halloween. I have had a very hard time coming to terms with what happened, and I've only been able to trust one other person with my story. He suggested that I tell it here. I brought this up with my psychiatrist several times, and she's written it off as stress-induced acute psychosis. Let me be clear. I have no history of mental illness, although I was struggling with some lingering grief at this time. I am certain that what I witnessed was not a result of this grief. Last year, I took my 2 children trick-or-treating, like I do every year on Halloween. Unfortunately, it fell on a Monday, and I had to wait for the kids to get out of school before getting them ready. The day started off dreary, and the misty showers continued into the late afternoon, which was absolutely ideal. When 3:30 came around, the kids were excited to get their costumes on and head out. They looked adorable, and their joyous anticipation was contagious. I was absolutely reeling with vicarious excitement. Halloween was always my favorite, and it was pure bliss to hang out with the kids on a spooky, drizzly night. The first 30 minutes or so went as expected. The kids darting from house to house, stopping to show me the variety of candy they had collected. It was good. It was normal. Eventually, we ended up at a small house about 2 blocks down from our own. I had seen this particular house many times during my walks, but nothing about it stood out to me. It was a plain, modest-looking yellow house, with virtually no lawn decorations or vegetation other than a small lawn and a single maple tree. There was no porch light, and there didn't seem to be any lights on in the house. So, I told the kids we should move on to the next, in case the owners were away, or didn't want to be bothered. But, you know how kids are. It was Halloween, and they were wired for extortion. This house may have had candy, and that was an opportunity they couldn't pass up. I figured it couldn't hurt, but something in my mind told me to walk up to the front door with them instead of hanging back near the sidewalk. They knocked modestly on the door and waited for a few moments. As the door creaked open, a small elderly woman peeked into the opening and gave a light, tired-looking smile. I half expected a terrifying, devious witch, but I was pleasantly surprised to see that she was quite normal. She was probably just not that into Halloween. She placed a couple pieces of candy into the kids' bags and nodded in response to their thanks. I smiled politely, thanking her, and turned to leave when she beckoned me with a curl of her fingers. "Yes, ma'am," I replied, and leaned in to hear her. "You have beautiful children, and I know you celebrate in innocent fun." Oh God, she's gonna tell me about the unholy pagan occultist blasphemy that is Halloween, I thought. "Some of the children out tonight are not really children," she said. I don't know how long I stood in this woman's doorway, with what had to have been the most impolite look on my face. I started to ask her if she was referring to older teenagers, because I've heard people complain about that before. And it agitated me a bit, because I'd be collecting candy too if it was socially acceptable. You'll be able to see it if you pay attention. Something will be off. The proportions of the limbs, the sound of the voice. Some of them aren't children. "Ma'am, I'm only telling you because one of them is following you," she said, clearly trying to be delicate, but there was haste in her voice. My heart sank. Sure, she was likely declining a bit, cognitively, but her words shot through my veins. and left behind an icy suspicion. I felt nauseous, and I had enough of the encounter, so I simply walked away. She's fucking crazy, I muttered to myself. Mummy, you shouldn't curse, my daughter sang, skipping toward the next house. I chose to shake off what the woman had said and continue enjoying the night with my kids. We continued this way, house to house, until I could tell their little feet had grown tired. They started dragging behind me a bit, and I decided to head back towards our house. It was a bit darker than when we started out, and the temperature dropped quite a bit. Now, we had just moved to this neighborhood about 6 months before, and I really prioritized the kids getting the opportunity to make friends. There were a few instances throughout the night that both of them saw other kids from their classes and said hello, or even walked with them to a few houses before going their separate ways. I made polite conversation with their parents and smiled and waved to my kids' friends, but I didn't explicitly remember any names or faces. So, when a boy that looked to be about my son's age called out to him from a couple houses down, I wasn't sure whether we had encountered this kid earlier in the night or not. Aiden! He waved excitedly to my son, like second graders do. He looked quite a bit like my son, but lankier, with longer, darker hair. My son waved back shyly, as he always does, and the boy came running awkwardly over to us. Hi Aiden, I like your Fortnite costume. Aiden looked uncomfortable, but he always kind of did when confronted with unexpected social situations. He thanked the kid and turned to walk in the direction of our house. Are you in Aiden's class? I asked, trying to sound pleasant, even though I was dead tired. Oh, no, I just see him at recess, he responded, excitedly. In hindsight, his gleeful giggling was a little excessive. Okay, well, we're heading home. Are your parents nearby? I asked with genuine concern, since I didn't see many families around anymore. He started, nervously. I don't see my dad now, but he must be waiting down that block towards my home. He pointed in the direction we were going. I'll walk with you until we get there, he declared instead of asked. So, we continued walking, the kids chattering among themselves. Well, more so my daughter, asking Aiden's recess friend a plethora of questions, and him answering with short answers and frequent giggles that began to sound more and more forced. Aiden looked as uncomfortable as ever, and I realized just how tired my feet were, just how dark it had gotten. The drizzle had stopped, but a mist lingered in the air, making the air heavier. Mummy, what did that lady say to you at the yellow house? My daughter asked. Nothing, baby. She was complaining about the teenagers. Mummy? Yes, baby. I was exhausted. My daughter lowered her voice to a whisper. I've never seen him at recess. I don't think Aiden has either. He didn't even know the name of our school. And we've been walking for a very long time. When will we be home? Honey, I checked my phone. How was this the first time I'd checked my phone? 11:54. Fuck. What the fuck? Mummy, I'm scared. I want to go home. My heart began to race, and my legs turned to jelly. Guys, when did it get so late? I don't... I looked at the little boy standing in front of us. His face shifted continuously back and forth, from the excited and nervous smile he had shown me at first, to a solemn and indifferent stare, then to a manic sneer of duper's delight. These expressions kept looping from one to the next, to the last, over and over. I felt it overwhelmingly strenuous to look away, but the sound of fear in my children's voices was enough to sober me for long stretches of time. I closed my eyes tight, gripping both of their arms tightly. Aubrey? Mummy's confused. Tell me what's going on. We keep trying to walk, and you keep stopping and staring at him. We keep yelling for you to stop. Please, Mummy. I want to go home. With my eyes shut tight, and my hands gripping their arms even tighter, I shouted, What the fuck are you? What do you want? His voice was shrill and distorted. Spare 5 minutes more. We're nearly there now. I've gotten to know you so deeply, Catherine. I could feel the vomit rising in my throat, and my chest was on fire. I wasn't confident that my legs could carry me. Guys, run home. Now. I'll follow. My brave and gallant babies obliged. Don't leave this unfinished. You'll force me to show up again, the little boy said. I ran as fast as I ever had to catch up to the kids and pull them inside our home. I said this at the beginning, and I'll say it again. Almost nobody believes me about this. My kids knew something was wrong with Mummy, and something was off about the boy. But they aren't able to quite put it together. And honestly, neither am I. I'm sharing this because it may save someone's life. I don't know what this entity is, but it looks very much like a child, and it completely removes you from reality. If you encounter a child you do not know on Halloween this year, look for signs that something is off. The limbs, the voice, the demeanor. If anything feels wrong, do not engage. Something was left unfinished that night, and I believe that it's coming back for me. When I was 9 years old, my grandfather gave me a present. There was nothing extraordinary about it, just a nondescript brown box with my name haphazardly scrawled atop it. Even so, my young self was enthralled by it. I wish he'd never given it to me. Now, Jonathan, before I hand this to you, I need you to make me a promise. Grandpa smirked, holding the parcel just out of my reach. What is it? I huffed, crossing my arms. Grandpa's expression instantly shifted. His jovial demeanour melted, leaving a cold, stern visage in its wake. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it frightened me.
Promise me that you won't open this until your 18th birthday.
My heart sank. Why was Grandpa dangling a gift in front of me if he didn't want me to open it for another 9 years? But why? I asked, tears welling in my eyes.
Look, kiddo, I'm getting old, and I don't know how much longer I have left. I want to make sure that I give this to you before that day comes. This gift, it's special. I want you to be more mature once you open it, so you'll use it wisely,
he said, placing a loving hand on my shoulder. But I don't want you to die, Grandpa. I love you. I couldn't contain my sobs any longer. I began wailing, fat, sloppy tears tumbling down my cheeks.
Hey. No need to cry. This is just a precaution, okay? We still have plenty of time together. I know what will cheer you up.
Grandpa grinned, that warm, tender smile cutting off my waterworks.
Ice cream.
That did the trick. All my worries washed away with a nice big bowl of cookies and cream. That day will always stand out in my mind, because, contrary to Grandpa's reassurances, we did not have plenty of time left. He passed away 2 days later. Grandpa died due to complications from a triple bypass surgery he'd had 3 months prior. The stent in one of his arteries didn't hold up. He lost his life in the back of an ambulance, just half a mile away from the hospital. I was devastated. Grandpa had always been such a rock in my life. He was my best friend, my confidant, my life guide. And I was completely lost without him. That month, I cried more than I ever had in my entire 9 years of existence. Grandpa was the first relative I had lost, which only made my struggle for closure that much more difficult. The funeral was a blur. Though I was absolutely crushed, it was nice to see how many people came to pay their respects. I was glad to know that Grandpa was so loved. I found myself alone in my room a lot after that. My eyes would often wander to the brown package. Though I came close on a multitude of occasions, I never opened it. I had to respect Grandpa's wishes. As the years passed on, I gradually forgot about the box. It had migrated to the top shelf of my closet. Soon it wasn't even an afterthought. My priorities had shifted. Girls, video games, and my growing gang of buddies garnered my full attention. Before I knew it, my 18th birthday was upon me. By the time I was done celebrating with family and friends, I was exhausted. I collapsed onto my bed, sending a small tremor throughout the room. As if on cue, I heard something fall inside my closet. My eyes grew wide as dinner plates. Grandpa's gift. I bolted to the closet and threw open the door. There it was, lying face down among the heaps of dirty clothes. I picked up the box, blowing off the thick layer of dust coating its packaging. My own hastily written name greeted me in black, faded letters. I didn't hesitate. I tore open the gift like a child on Christmas Day. 9 years. I'd waited 9 excruciating years for this moment. My jaw fell open when I laid eyes upon what lay within. Inside, shrouded in wrapping paper, was the most beautiful watch I had ever seen. It was ornately decorated. A glimmering gold band with a matching gold face shimmered up at me. The hands ticked meticulously around 12 elaborately emblazoned numbers. I was in awe. It all began to click. Grandpa wanted me to wait until I was older to open the gift, so that I'd take care of it. Younger me probably would have been a bit more careless. I began to fasten the shiny gold band around my wrist, when a piece of paper fluttered to the ground at my feet. I set the watch down along with the box and picked it up. Dear Jonathan, happy 18th birthday. I hope that I will be there to celebrate this monumental milestone alongside you. But if I'm not, know that I love you with all my heart. Though I may not be there in person, I will always be with you in spirit. Tears began trickling down my cheeks. Dozens and dozens of memories of our time together assaulted my brain all at once, like some sort of intense collage. I missed him so much. I almost put the paper down and locked the watch away for the night, but I forced myself to continue reading. I have entrusted you with my most valuable possession. It may look like an ordinary wristwatch, but its value is immeasurable. Below, I have included a small list of instructions and rules for wearing the watch. Please be mindful of its abilities and treat it with the utmost care. There is only one of its kind in existence. This watch has the ability to control time. There is a dial on the side of the watch. Pull this dial out to pause time. Turn it backward or forward until you reach your desired point. Then push the dial back in to resume. Use this sparingly. Do not travel forward or backward in time by more than 1 week. This could have serious implications on the time-space continuum. Do not use the watch for nefarious purposes. You're a good boy, so I know that won't be an issue. But just in case I have to spell it out for you, do not use the watch for the acquisition of large sums of money, sexual favors, or expensive worldly possessions. Read this part carefully. Whatever you do, make sure that the watch does not get damaged. As previously stated, this is a one-of-a-kind item. You do not want to meet the creature charged with fixing it. The price to do so is steep. I'm trusting you with this, Jonathan. Follow the instructions, and you will prosper. Failure to do so will result in rather unpleasant consequences. Reap its benefits wisely. Again, have a happy birthday, grandson. Love, Grandpa. Was this a joke? Maybe Grandpa had some sort of degenerative disease that I hadn't picked up on. There was only one way to find out. I fastened the watch around my wrist. I turned it over a couple of times, admiring its elegance. Grandpa sure did have good taste. I held my breath as I reached for the dial. This was it, the moment of truth. I pulled the dial out and... nothing. The watch's hand stopped ticking, but other than that, I didn't notice anything strange. must just be an ordinary watch after all. I didn't even bother to push the dial back in. I began to trudge downstairs dejectedly. Even if the watch didn't have any supernatural abilities, at least Mum would think it was cool. I rounded the corner to the stairs and nearly tripped. I stopped in my tracks, mouth agape. I struggled to comprehend the scene before me. Mum had her back to me. She was standing over a pot, but the steam was frozen in place. It wasn't moving, and neither was Mum. I continued to drink in my surroundings. The TV was paused between scenes of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Dad was seated in his favorite armchair, glancing down at his phone. A mug of green tea was raised halfway to his lips. But that meant... I snapped out of my stupor, pushing the dial back in. Everything picked up right where it had left off, like nothing had happened. Andy Samberg screamed through the television at some comically ignorant street thug. Dad loudly sipped his tea, and Mum hummed a soft tune as steam wafted up from the pot. It worked. It really worked. I tried it again just to be sure. Everything froze, just like it had the first time. A smile began to inch its way across my lips. I was going to have a lot of fun with this thing. The remainder of the weekend passed about as you would expect. I used the watch whenever it benefited me. I skipped past Mum's 100th lecture of the week on why vaping is bad. I don't even vape. I rewound my turns in our weekly game of Uno to shift the odds in my favor. I paused time to fart in a crowded elevator. You get the drift. I was having the time of my life. When Monday rolled around, I was ecstatic. I'd been dealing with some particularly nasty bullies, and I was really looking forward to teaching them a lesson. I skipped through all my morning classes and resumed right at lunchtime. I wasn't hungry. Well, not for food. I was hungry for revenge. It didn't take long before the bastards waddled into the cafeteria and sauntered straight up to me. Carson and Dylan were on the heavier side. They liked to use their weight to their advantage, especially against vertically challenged kids, such as myself. "Sup, bitch boy? That sandwich of yours is looking pretty tasty. I hope you don't mind if I take a few bites," Carson said, shoving me aside while licking his crusty lips. I grinned, reaching for the watch. "I don't mind one bit," I replied, pulling out the dial. I watched as Carson's grubby hand froze right before it grabbed hold of my turkey sandwich. The noisy cafeteria instantly went deathly silent. Hundreds of kids sat still as statues, all focused on their own menial activities. Though I had all the time in the world, I didn't hesitate. I shot up from my seat and began punching Carson hard in the face. Dylan was next. I released all the pent-up rage that had been bubbling inside of me for the majority of my senior year. I showed them no mercy. After the months of torment they had put me through, I wanted those two to suffer. Once I was done beating the ever-living crap out of them, I took Carson's arms and fashioned them around Dylan's waist. I gave Carson a wedgie, then clasped Dylan's fingers around his underwear. Next, I pushed their faces together until their chubby lips were touching. I patted myself on the back. It was so satisfying to see them like that, and it was even more satisfying when I pushed the dial back in. I was elated when kids began pointing and laughing. Hey, look at those two. Gross. Ew, get a room. Ugh, that's disgusting. The pair immediately recoiled. They were dumbstruck. The pure shock on their faces was priceless. My heart raced with excitement as the pain began to sink in. Tears spilled down Carson's cheeks. Dylan placed a hand over his left eye, staring daggers at me with his good one. He leaned in close and whispered into my ear. I know you did this somehow. This isn't over. Ooh, I'm so scared. Are you and your lover going to kiss me to death? Dylan raised a fist, but thought better of it. He lowered his head in defeat. We'll make you pay. You'll see. The bullies both flipped me off as they turned to leave. They trudged out of the cafeteria, rubbing their bruised faces as kids relentlessly hurled insults at them. I almost felt kind of bad for them. Until I remember how shitty they'd been to me, that is. The rest of my day was going by without a hitch. Thanks to the watch, I had successfully found the answer key to the science test I'd forgotten to study for, and I ensured that I would pass with flying colors. I was shooting my shot with one of the cutest cheerleaders in school when it happened. So, I was thinking, maybe you and I could catch a movie this Saturday. You know, like if you're... Slam. Pain streaked across the right side of my face as I was brutally bashed into a locker. My arms were pinned to my side, and I couldn't move. Sorry, Jonathan. I don't date losers like you, Johnny said as she pretentiously flipped her hair behind her and walked away. I turned my attention to my attackers. What the hell? I had a decent shot with her before. Smack. A fist connected with my face. I was seeing stars. Shut up. I know it was you. You seriously embarrassed us earlier. I'm going to kick your fucking teeth in. Carson and Dylan, just as I'd suspected. My heart thumped like a jackhammer in my chest. I couldn't reach the watch. Unless a teacher just happened to walk by, I was screwed. And then, the worst possible outcome played out. That's a pretty nice watch you've got there. Maybe I'll take that as a down payment. Carson snickered, reaching for my wrist. No, fuck you. Leave the watch alone. I growled, thrashing wildly to keep it out of his grasp. It was no use. I can see that this watch has a lot of value to you. It'd be damn shame if something was to happen to it. A wide, manic grin stretched across Carson's lips. My eyes grew wide as saucers. No, this couldn't be happening. Carson grabbed my wrist and began slamming the watch against a locker. He smashed it over and over again. Once, twice, 3 times. I shut my eyes before every blow. And then, the moment I had been dreading, everything stopped. I slowly forced my eyes open. Time had been paused. I snatched my wrist away from Carson and wiggled out of Dylan's grip. My heart plummeted into my stomach when I glanced down at the watch. Shards of glass littered the floor. The hands had stopped ticking. The hour hand was mangled, facing directly up in the air. I nearly passed out when I looked at the side of the watch. The dial was completely missing. I frantically searched for it, eventually finding it along with the debris on the ground. I tried to shove it back in. No effect. I don't know how long I've been here. I think it's been at least a week, but I can't be certain. There's no way to gauge the passing of time when it's been paused like this. I've got all the necessities that I need to live, but I'm terrified. Not at the notion that time will never resume. No, I'm afraid that it will. I've been seeing him. The watch repairman that Grandpa mentioned in his letter. He started off far away, but he's getting closer and closer. No matter how far I run, no matter where I hide, he always finds me. Just the sight of him sends fear coursing through every fiber of my being. Because this man, this thing, it has no face. I have a feeling that I won't survive when it catches up to me, so I need to get my story out there. I've preset this post to upload tomorrow. That way, if time does resume, this story should get out to the world. If you're listening to this, it's probably too late for me. Please, for the love of all things holy, if this watch somehow falls into your possession, don't use it. Throw it in a storage closet and forget the damned thing even exists. Because its consequences are far too severe. I just want to start by saying that dating is hard. Once you get past all the bots, ads, and scammers, and meet a real person, the guessing game begins. Why is this person actually available right now? Are they really just down on their luck? Or is it something else that you're happier not knowing? Then, once you figure out their deep dark secrets, the question becomes, are they willing to put up with your deep dark secrets? This process can take weeks to sort out, usually resulting in a dead end somewhere, forcing you to start over. The whole thing is frustrating, demeaning, and humiliating enough that you're physically and emotionally exhausted, making you just want to give up and be a loner. Now, I know that you're wondering, what's this got to do with anything? Well, it's kind of simple. A little bit ago, I posted about how my girlfriend, Wendy, never eats, and that I heard some unsettling things at her house the last time I visited. Well, I decided to keep seeing Wendy. Sure, she might have some unusual habits, but she makes me feel good about myself, and I'm happy when I'm with her. So what if she never eats or chases off bears while nude in the middle of the night? Compared to returning to the dating scene, that's really not all that bad. We even have nicknames for each other now. Country Girl and City Boy. I'll let you guess which is which. Anyway, that's a rather long and roundabout way of saying that, yeah, I went camping with her, and things didn't go quite how I expected. First off, I want to say that she was right. The forest really is beautiful. The sun's heat, combined with the coolness of the shade, while listening to the insects drone lazily in the background, seems to slow time to a crawl, making each breath a relaxing experience in and of itself. It's entirely unlike anything you'll experience during your morning commute. Combine all that with the right company, and soon you'll wonder why you'd ever return. And let me tell you, Wendy is 100% the right company. Wendy was quick with tips to make the hike easier. From how to properly distribute your pack load, to how to tie your laces for maximum comfort. During the trek to where we were going to set up camp, she alternated between offering interesting bits of information about the local flora and fauna, and walking in silence, allowing me to get lost in the experience. The whole affair made me want to give up the city life and move to the country. There was just one thing during the walk that wasn't as pleasant as everything else. At one point, we must have walked too close to a skunk, or a rotting carcass or something, because the whole area around us started to reek. At first it wasn't so bad, but eventually it got so strong it made me want to gag. I jokingly mentioned it to Wendy, but she just looked ahead like she was determined and told me, "Pick up the pace, we'll be past it soon enough." Sure enough, we eventually got past the smell, and things quickly became pleasant again. The rest of the hike passed without incident, and Wendy even helped me set up the tent. Her evident experience in the matter showed through, because it took no time at all. Soon enough, everything was ready, and we even had a nice, cheerful fire roaring. This time, when she pulled out the supplies for dinner, I didn't even bat an eye when it was clearly only enough for one. Whatever was going on with her, this was just the way it was going to be. It was up to me to accept that, or move on, and I'd made my call. But I have to say, for someone who never seems to eat, she sure knows how to sear a steak to perfection. After a pleasant evening and an even more pleasant night, we passed out in the tent together, while listening to the crickets and the more distant owls. But of course, if that's all that happened, I wouldn't be recording this right now. Sometime during the night, I awoke to find I was alone in the tent. This wasn't too unexpected, because Wendy was both an outdoor enthusiast and a bit of a night owl. I debated calling out to her, but something in the air felt like I shouldn't disturb it with such an out-of-place sound. However, Mother Nature did have her demands, and it was time to answer her call. As I unzipped the tent and stepped out, I couldn't help but look up into the night sky. The stars were breathtaking. You never see this many, this vibrant in the city. However, their beauty couldn't distract me for long in the face of more urgent demands. Do you know that feeling when you've been holding it in a little too long and finally experience relief? If it weren't for my experiences earlier that night, I might be tempted to claim it is better than sex. but we'll just say it was still pretty euphoric. Maybe it distracted me from the fact that all the usual night sounds had suddenly gone quiet, but it couldn't distract me from the sudden smell of rotting flesh. It was even stronger than it had been on the trail, and was accompanied by the kind of fear that you usually feel when you're very young and just starting to wonder if there might be reasons sounds go bump in the night. I gagged as I struggled to cut off the stream, zip up my pants, and retreat into the tent again. Once in the tent, I reached for the flashlight, then hesitated. I desperately wanted to see better, but something in the back of my mind told me it was better to remain hidden. Of course, I don't know how well hidden a blue tent in the middle of the forest can be, but turning on a flashlight would be like activating a beacon for everything within a few miles to see. I sat in the dark for I don't know how long, feeling my heart pound through my chest, loud enough that I was sure whatever was out there could hear it clearly. Thankfully, the smell eventually faded, but I was still so high on adrenaline that I knew I wouldn't sleep another wink for the rest of the night. Or so I thought. The following day, I awoke with Wendy cuddled in my arm, with one of her legs and arms draped over me, and once again, she was totally nude. Now, I was pretty sure she'd put on some pajamas before going to bed, but as she stirred and I got a look at what was on display, I suddenly didn't care all that much. Eventually, she smiled lazily up at me and spoke. "You sleep all right, city boy? You seem to have some pretty rough dreams in the middle of the night." At the time, those words made perfect sense. In the light of day, it seemed pretty clear that whatever happened last night was probably just a vivid dream, brought on by the experiences of the day before, and an unfamiliar environment. After a bit more time together, we decided to get up and tackle another day in the forest. However, when I finally crawled out of the tent, I could see our entire camp was in disarray. It was like something had gone through and tossed everything around. A few of the more delicate items were totally demolished. After a moment, I called out, Hey, you might want to take a look at this." As Wendy crawled out of the tent, she made a face. "Must have been a bear. They usually don't come out this way, so I wasn't too worried about them. I guess that one's on me. Sorry." A bear. That kind of made sense. At least, I told myself so. As we were cleaning up, I even saw tracks. Though, in my experience as a city boy, I would have said they belonged to a dog, not a bear. A huge dog. Maybe a wolf? What was even odder was when I found what looked like hoof prints. Looking at the prints, I realized that deer must be much bigger than they looked on TV, since they were more than twice as long as my hand. There isn't much more to say about the day. We fixed the place up, had breakfast, went on a hike, made dinner, and called it a night, with a few other minor activities sprinkled throughout. I was back to enjoying the trip, so much so that I had mostly forgotten about the night before. But that night is when things took a bit of an unexpected turn. Once again, I awoke in the middle of the night. Thankfully, I wasn't alone this time, as Wendy was still asleep, half on top of me again. However, that stench was back, and stronger than ever. It was amazing how bright it seemed in the tent. It must have been a full moon, or at least nearly full, because I could clearly see the shadow of a large deer pass between us and the night sky. But there was something wrong with this deer. It was clearly too tall, as if it was standing on hind legs. And when it opened its mouth, I could even make out a mouthful of very sharp teeth. I couldn't help it. I felt myself breathing more heavily by the second as my heart rate skyrocketed. My mind went blank when I suddenly felt Wendy stir. Remembering the presence of my considerably smaller girlfriend, I suddenly felt protective, as if I couldn't let anything happen to her. I was just about to tell her to be quiet, when I noticed her looking up at me, with a finger on her lips, as if telling me to do the same. She then whispered to me, "Stay in the tent," and started to get up. I don't know what I was thinking, or if I was thinking. All I knew was I couldn't let Wendy go out there to face whatever that was. So I reached out and grabbed her wrist before she could exit the tent. However, when she looked back at me, I released her immediately, almost as scared of her as whatever was outside the tent. Her eyes reflected light back at me like a cat's, and I could see the nails on her hand growing as I watched. In half a moment, she turned back around, opened the tent, and climbed outside. I will never forget the sound I heard at that moment. After I got home, I looked up the calls of a bunch of wild animals, and in hindsight, I'd say it was like a compilation of an elk call, a rabbit scream, and a mountain lion scream, but impossibly loud. Wendy shouted in answer, her tiny human voice sounding so frail in comparison. At least it did, until it started to change, morphing and twisting into the howl of an impossibly large wolf. I couldn't help it. I peeked out of the tent flap, and standing in front of the tent was what I could only describe as a werewolf. The little 5 foot and change Wendy was now standing at least 7 feet tall, covered in fur with claws and fangs that looked like they could tear through steel, and she looked ready for murder. Then, some movement on the opposite end of our camp drew my attention, and I witnessed a living nightmare that suddenly made a werewolf seem like less of a problem. It looked kind of like a deer, if a deer had more articulated limbs, far too long for its body. The feet ended in hooves, but the hands ended in long bony claws. The whole thing looked desiccated, its skin drawn so tight over its ribs and arms you could make out the skeleton beneath. The fur was spotty and looked partially rotted, with open holes leaking bodily fluids that should never see light. Its teeth were long and serrated, clearly meant for tearing rather than chewing. I sometimes hear hunters talking about deer being 8 or 10 points, but if I had to estimate, this thing had a 30-point antler, with many of the times covered in what I suspected to be dried viscera from previous victims. The two monsters charged each other. The nightmare, which I now know was a wendigo, lowered its head, intending to impale its opponent. But at the last second, Wendy threw herself nearly flat on the ground, only to rocket up into the Wendigo, latching onto its neck with her powerful jaws, while her hind feet kicked gouges into its vulnerable stomach. However, the Wendigo didn't seem willing to give up that easily, and tossed Wendy aside. She hit the ground hard and was soon set upon by the other monster. She raised an arm to defend herself, only for the Wendigo to latch on with its own teeth, easily tearing through her skin and muscles. With a powerful kick, Wendy pushed the nightmare back, then started swiping at him over and over, making it lose ground. However, lowering its head, the Wendigo charged forward again, and this time, Wendy wasn't fast enough, as the Wendigo caught her on his antlers and flipped her over his back, with new blood darkening the tips of the tines. But that was its downfall, as Wendy sprung up and again latched onto its neck with her teeth, this time from behind. The nightmare struggled in vain, occasionally raking Wendy with its claws, but she refused to let go, and began ripping and tearing her way through its neck, until she grabbed hold of its antlers, and with one final jerk, the head came free. I don't have the heart to describe what came next, but let's just say the sound of flesh being torn and eaten is much more distinct through the thin membrane of a tent than a closed cabin window. Time passed, at least an hour, maybe 2 or 3. It's hard to say for sure. I don't know what I expected to happen next. Maybe I was going to be next, or perhaps I'd wake up from this nightmare. But eventually, the adrenaline passed. My eyes grew heavy, and I fell asleep again. When I awoke in the morning, I was alone this time. There was no sign Wendy had come back. I'd half hoped she'd still be here, telling me I'd had another nightmare, but I don't think I would have believed it again. It was kind of sad and lonely packing up our things by myself. I debated bringing Wendy's stuff with me, but I'm not that good of a hiker, and wasn't confident I could pull it off. So I just left her things in her pack, inside the tent. When I exited the tent, I was more than a little surprised to see Wendy sitting calmly by the fire pit, with no wounds in sight. She smiled sadly. So, I guess I owe you an explanation. I remember hesitating, my mind blank, before I settled on the thought I had earlier. What? You're not going to try and convince me it was a nightmare again? She looked around at all the destruction in the campsite. Earth was kicked up, trees had claw marks gouged out, and there were signs of blood splatter everywhere. I didn't think I could convince you this time. I nodded as I looked around. Yeah, I guess not. Then I looked back at her. You know, for a bit there, I was starting to think you were the monster eating people out here. Wendy pointed at herself and then laughed. Wait, me? Wendy the Wendigo? Don't you think that's a little too on the nose? I couldn't help it. As weird and messed up as everything was, as disturbing as everything I learned was, this was the Wendy I knew and cared for. So, I laughed with her. Yeah, maybe so. Long story short, we're still together. Sure, my girlfriend might be a 7-foot-tall monster that eats other monsters for fun. But everyone has their quirks. Besides, dating is hard. And I'm happy where I am. Back in the summer of 2017, I would have done anything for a Nintendo Switch. But, no matter how hard I tried, I could never get my hands on one. To make matters worse, one of my friends managed to get one, and I was suffering from major FOMO. My friend would constantly send me texts about how awesome the system was, and how Breath of the Wild was the best game he'd ever played. I became desperate to get one. It got to the point where I would just spend hours refreshing tracking sites to see if any stores near me had restocked. Then, one night, just when I was beginning to lose all hope, I refreshed the tracking site one last time, and got a hit. There was a Walmart in Janesville, Wisconsin, that had just restocked. I called the store immediately and asked if they could hold on to one of the consoles for me. The employee on the other end told me he couldn't, and that it was a first-come, first-serve kind of deal. He also told me that they had restocked with only 2 consoles, and there was a chance they'd be gone before the store closes at 11 p.m. Janesville was an hour and a half from where I lived. At the time of the call, it was 9:05 p.m. I could wait until tomorrow to call again, and if they were still stocked, I would drive over. Or I could drive over tonight, get there just before they close, and pray that the console was still there. I made up my mind almost immediately. "I'll be there tonight," I said. Then I hung up and ran to my car. About a half hour into the drive, I noticed something that almost made me lose control of the wheel. My phone was nearly dead, and I hadn't brought a cord to charge it. In my rush to get to the Walmart, it never even occurred to me to check my phone's battery. I had never driven to Janesville before, and was using my phone's GPS for directions. 2 minutes later, my phone was dead. As I watched its screen go black, my heart sank. I had no idea how to get to Janesville. I stopped at the nearest gas station and ran inside, hoping that the attendant there could give me directions. The employee at the counter was an elderly man with a name tag that read, "Hi, my name is George." I asked George for directions to Janesville. He smiled, revealing a dark mouth with few teeth, and began to scribble down directions onto a notepad. As he was writing, his tongue would constantly jab out of the side of his mouth, licking the corner of his lips. "Just follow this," George said in a high and reedy voice. "It will get you to where you need to be. Exactly where you need to be." "Thank you so much," I said, grabbing the piece of paper like a beggar reaching for change. "You're a big help." "Sure," George said, giving me another toothless smile. The fluorescent light above his head began to flicker. I started to feel uneasy and remembered that the store closes at 11. I gave George a wave and ran out of the gas station. I got back onto the road and started following the directions that George had given me. After driving for a few minutes, I started to feel that something was wrong, because George's directions had taken me off the highway and onto secluded back roads. But because these were the directions he had given me, and having never been to Yainsville, I figured that maybe this is exactly where my GPS would have taken me anyways. I continued on and followed George's directions to a T. My car's clock said it was 10:37 when I reached the place that should have been Yainsville, at least according to George's directions. Plenty of time to get to Walmart. But when I was passing the town sign, my heart sank for a second time. The sign didn't say, "Welcome to Yainsville, Wisconsin." It said, "Welcome to Kangaroo, Wisconsin." I checked George's notes again, wondering if I had made some mistake. I was supposed to be in Yainsville. I had followed the directions perfectly. I had never even heard of Kangaroo, Wisconsin before. My cheeks began to burn red as I thought that George had played some kind of trick on me, and it was most likely I would not make it to Yainsville in time now. I slammed my fist onto my steering wheel, causing my car horn to blast. I considered turning back, but decided to drive around, hoping desperately that maybe Kangaroo had its own Walmart, and maybe by some stroke of luck, I could get a Nintendo Switch there. Or maybe Kangaroo was a village right outside Yainsville, and I was closer than I thought. The first thing I noticed about the town of Kangaroo is how damn quiet it was. I was from Madison, not a huge city compared to other places in the United States, but big enough that you got used to hearing sounds at all hours of the night. There was nothing like that in Kangaroo. No married couples shouting at each other, no doors slamming shut, not even any dogs barking or crickets chirping. It was dead quiet. As I drove deeper into the town, I eventually came across a diner. Seeing the diner made my cheeks go red again. The place was called George's Diner. A coincidence, I tried to tell myself. There was a red neon sign hanging outside the diner that read, "Open 24 hours." The neon sign flickered, as if it was going to go out at any second. Through the diner windows I could see a waitress at the counter, and a man sitting in one of the booths. It was now 10:48 p.m. I decided to go in to see if anyone in there could tell me how far Yainsville was. When I walked through the diner doors, the bell above the door gave a short, dull ring. I rubbed my eyes as I stared into the diner, because I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing. I could feel a yell building up in my throat, but I suppressed it with a nervous cough. There was a man and a woman in the diner. Only there really wasn't. They were both mannequins, like the kind you see at a department store. From outside, I hadn't been able to tell through the foggy diner windows. They had looked like real people, but there was no mistaking it when inside. They were just mannequins posing. The one at the counter was wearing a blue waitress outfit, and the one in the booth was wearing a trucker jacket and faded jeans. "Hello?" I called into the diner, yelling past the mannequins. "Is anyone here?" There came no response. I walked over to the mannequin sitting in the booth, and to my astonishment, I saw that he had real coffee. It was still hot, as there was steam rising out of the cup. The mannequin sat there silently, staring across the table, one frozen hand resting on the coffee cup, as if he were about to take a sip before I rudely interrupted. "Hello?" I said, turning back towards the kitchen. "Seriously, is anyone here? I'm kind of lost. Hello?" I considered going into the kitchen when I heard a sound. I turned towards the counter where the waitress mannequin was. At first, everything seemed to be exactly as it had been. But then I noticed something, and this time I did yell. When I had walked into the diner, the waitress mannequin had been staring in front of her, almost as if she had been chatting with the trucker mannequin in the booth, or at least posed to look that way. But now her head was turned towards me. I heard another noise and quickly turned towards the trucker mannequin, who was still sitting in the booth, but his head was now facing my direction. "No fucking way," I creaked in a breathless voice. When I looked back at the waitress mannequin, she was even closer to me now, as if she had been walking towards me, but stopped right in her tracks when I put my eyes on her. The mannequins were moving. Actually moving. Just not when I looked at them. I heard the sound of leather squeaking, the unmistakable sound of someone getting out of a booth, and knew it was the trucker mannequin. And sure enough, when I turned to look, he was standing now, right outside his booth, holding the coffee cup in one hand. The arm holding the cup was bent back in a strange position, the way a pitcher looks just before throwing a fastball. A sound came from behind the counter, and I thought I heard something coming from the kitchen as well. I didn't turn to look. Instead, I ran from the diner. As I did, I heard what sounded like a coffee cup smashing as it hit the door behind me. Halfway to my car, I turned back to look. Both the waitress and the trucker were standing frozen at the diner door. The waitress had her hand outstretched, as if she were calling to me. Their frozen white mannequin faces were expressionless. The flickering neon sign covered them both in red light. I turned away, getting into my car, and when I looked up, the two mannequins were no longer at the door. I could see them through the foggy diner windows. The trucker was back at his booth, and the waitress was back behind the counter. Only now, she was holding a phone to her ear, her vacant eyes staring out the window. Her frozen mouth never moved. I put the car in ignition and drove. I tried to backtrack my way out of the town, but the more I drove, the more confused I became. It was like driving through a maze. Even worse was that the town was still dead silent. But as I drove past homes and buildings, I noticed faces in the windows. Frozen white mannequin faces. I turned a corner and fear struck me. There were two mannequins standing on the corner of the street, right under the streetlight. One was wearing a red shirt, the other wearing blue. Neither were facing me. They looked like two men just catching up. "Keep your eyes on them. Just keep your eyes on them," I said to myself, not daring to look away. But then I heard what sounded like footsteps rushing towards my car. I turned to look out the driver window, and there was a mannequin there, its arm raised, holding a hammer, as if to smash my window. It stood there frozen. If I had been a second later, it would have broken the window. Then I heard more footsteps, coming from where the mannequins under the streetlight had been standing. I floored the car, and not daring to take my eyes off the mannequin with the hammer. I heard the sound of thudding as I hit something, and then peeled around the street corner and took off. When I looked back through the rear-view mirror, I saw something that truly sent a chill down my spine. The mannequin in the blue shirt was splayed out on the road. The one holding the hammer and the one in the red shirt stood over him, staring at me driving away. But they weren't alone. There were dozens of mannequins on the road now. Some were frozen in positions that looked as if they had been sprinting after my car. And there were others standing frozen, stepping out of the shadows of the trees that surrounded the street, as if they had been hiding there all along, waiting to ambush me. I drove on. There is no such place as Kangaroo, Wisconsin. That's what I had learned when I finally made it out of that town. That accursed maze. I had driven for what felt like hours, dodging mannequins left and right, before I made it back onto the road, and eventually back onto the highway. Kangaroo, Wisconsin doesn't yield any search results, and no one I talk to has ever heard of it. But I was there. I know it exists. I no longer have the directions that George had given me, as I threw them away shortly after getting back. George was the only person I knew of who had to know what Kangaroo was. A couple days after my experience, I finally gained the courage to go talk to him. When I walked into the gas station, this time during the day, George wasn't at the counter. Instead, there was a young woman with a tag that read, "Hi, my name is Sally." There was a middle-aged man behind the counter as well. He wore a straightforward name tag that read, Mark. "Hi, can I help you?" Sally asked as I approached the counter. "Hey," I said, trying to sound as normal as possible. I used the back of my hand to wipe sweat from my brow. Even just being back in the gas station made me anxious. "Is there a George that works here?" "George?" Sally said, bemused. Not that I know of." Mark?" "Nope," Mark said, not taking his eyes off a sheet he was tallying. He looked like he was taking inventory. "Are you sure?" I asked. "He's an older guy, kind of has a high-pitched voice." Mark took his eyes off his sheet and gave me an expression that told me he thought I was the most annoying person in the world. "Buddy, I'm the manager here. I do all the hires, and I've never heard of any old man named George." "I was here a couple of days ago, sometime after 9, and I spoke to..." Both Sally and Mark gave out short barks of laughter. "What?" I asked. "Now I know you're messing with us," Sally said, beaming, as if she had just caught some naughty prankster. "We close at 8:30 p.m. No one would be here after 9. I didn't say anything. I just stood there, shocked. In my head, I saw George, standing under that flickering fluorescent light, licking the side of his mouth. I know I had spoken to him. "Nice try, buddy," Mark said. "Now, if you're not going to buy anything, could you hit the road? I have work to do, and don't have time for jokes." Sally gave me a shrug as if to say, "Sorry. Nice try, though." I turned to walk away, when Mark said, "Wait. Hold on. There is one George I know of." "Mark, come on," Sally said, laughing. "That's not who he's talking about." "Well, maybe it is," Mark said, passing a glance to Sally, as if they were sharing the funniest inside joke in the world. "Come this way," Mark said, as he led me to the back of the gas station. He took out a key and unlocked a door that went into a storage room. There were crates of soda and snack food and other items. He led me to the back of the room. "There he is," Mark said, pointing to the back of the room. "There's our George." Standing in the back of a storage room was a mannequin, wearing an old gas station attendant uniform. He wore a tag that said, "Hi, my name is George." The mannequin's face was frozen in an expressionless glare, just as the other mannequins had been. Only on this mannequin, George that is, there was a blotch on the corner of its mouth, as if someone had been scratching or licking there, and it had caused the plastic to fade. "This the guy you're looking for?" Mark said, laughing and putting an arm around the mannequin. Behind me, I could hear Sally laughing at the counter. "Mark, stop," Sally called from behind. "You're being mean." "Huh, good one," I said flatly, not taking my eyes off the mannequin. Its face was turned to the side, as if it had noticed something particularly interesting in the corner of the room. When Mark saw I wasn't laughing, his own smile dropped slightly. He took his arm off the mannequin. "Yeah, well, I really do have work to do," Mark said, walking past me. "So, get lost." I made my way out of the storage room. I turned back only once, just before Mark shut the door. The mannequin, George that is, was no longer staring at the corner of the room. He was staring straight ahead. At me. Listen, I know it sounds silly. Call me a hypochondriac if you want, but I don't care. I need to talk about this so that I know I'm not going crazy. I know all of you listening have sneezed at one point or another, but you know that small, tingly sensation just before it happens. It usually goes away once you sneeze. But here's where my situation is weird. I've been feeling that for the last 3 weeks, and I haven't sneezed. Some of you might be saying it's just allergies, or that it's harmless, but that's not the only thing that's happened to me. My face is stuck. stuck in this pre-sneeze look that absolutely terrifies me every time I see it. My eyes are always watering and half closed, so everyday things have become a little more complicated. It's been progressively getting worse since the sensation began, as has my forced facial expression. I've had to take sick leave from work because I'm too ashamed to be there. And when I've gone out to run errands, I wear an N95 to hide my odd expression. On top of all this, my voice sounds like a balloon being slowly deflated. I sound absolutely ridiculous when I talk, so have more or less only done so when necessary. All of this put together may not sound like much to you, but it's driving me to the brink of insanity. Now, I know, at this point you're probably wondering why I haven't tried making myself sneeze. I have. I've tried pepper, smelling salts. Shit, I even detached my vacuum bag and tried inhaling it. If you can think of something that makes you sneeze, I've done it. Nothing. After these attempts, I started to get slightly worried. This isn't going away. I'm going to be documenting my symptoms and overall experience here, in case anything does happen to me. I'll update you all if anything changes. Hey all. So it's been a few more days of the mentioned symptoms. Not many changes. With that said, I have noticed that there's a slight dullness in my ears that won't go away. Almost like they have earwax or water in them. I used Q-tips to try and clean them, and although they came out with some wax, the dullness hasn't left. I really don't know what to think of it. Maybe this is all some weird new sinus infection. I'm starting to get scared. It's now been officially 5 weeks since the sensation in my nose started. My face has gotten worse. My vision is slightly more blurry, and I now have trouble fully closing my mouth. I went to the doctor again today, and he booked me for an appointment with the Disease Control Center. But I need to wait a whole 2 weeks for that, because they're still backed up from the pandemic. Ridiculous. We'll post again soon. 1 more week until my appointment. I'm really starting to get scared. I woke up this morning with this immense pressure behind my eyes, in my ears, and at the back of my nose. It almost feels like someone has stuck a bike pump in my nose and is slowly inflating it. I can barely hear, and my vision is seriously suffering. I've been ordering all my groceries to my door and have more or less stayed inside, partly because of how morbid my face looks. I hate this. I just want this to stop. It's the night before my appointment. I can't sleep at all. It all feels as though my head is literally about to explode, and I have fully lost my hearing. I've called my sister, who lives about 4 hours away, and she's going to take me to the emergency room. I can't take another second of this. I'm going to sneeze. I can feel it. It's as though my entire body is building up to something. I'm scared. Update. This is OP's sister. I wouldn't usually have posted anything, but because my brother obviously cared enough about you to share what was happening to him, I decided to. I arrived at his house late last night to bring him to the hospital, but he wouldn't answer his phone, and the door was locked. After trying some more to get in touch with him, I called the police, and they broke the door down. What we found was awful. I won't go into too much detail, but my brother was sprawled over his keyboard with a white, chunky fluid covering his monitor, his wall, himself. I would later learn from EMTs that this was brain matter. He wasn't dead when I got there, but the sounds he were making were not human. And as sad as it sounds, I almost wish I hadn't had to see him suffer. I had no idea what could have happened to him until I read his posts. God, I wish I'd taken his illness more seriously.
We grew up by an old patch of woods in New England, and if we had to walk through the forest, Mum always insisted on these 3 things. Stay on the path at all times, keep walking, never stop, and never go near the tall, skinny trees. Up until I was around 8, we lived closer to downtown, and we really didn't know anything about the woods or ever go near them. But then my parents split up, and we were forced to move in with Nana, who lived alone by woods that I know now is considered primeval forest. The original settlers in New England had cut down most of the old forest within a few decades, but here and there, patches remained for one reason or another. By the time I was a teen, most of my friends started hanging out in the woods, drinking beer, smoking weed. You know how it is. Some were into fishing and hunting. But I wanted no part of that, for reasons you'll soon understand. Like I said, we moved when I was 8. Nana had had strokes, and though she was pretty healthy and could take care of herself, it affected her speech, so she said few words. The old woods came right up to her yard, and we had to walk through them to get to the school bus. Not far, only about a quarter mile. It was really beautiful, actually, especially in the fall. The path followed a narrow river where sometimes a beaver could be spotted. Early in the morning we'd spot deer, Canadian geese, foxes. But every day, as we left, Ma told us to stick to the path. Don't stop. And for the love of God, stay away from the skinny trees. Why just the skinny trees? For a long time we didn't know. As I walked along, I'd be checking out sprawling pines and majestic oaks, and there'd be young trees. Wasn't a skinny tree just a young tree? When you're a kid, you can dwell on things like that. Like, are there trees that are old but just stay skinny? How thin does a tree need to be skinny? I was prone to daydreaming while walking, and sometimes I'd catch myself slowing down,
wandering too close to the patches of trees along the edge of the path. And I'd remember Mum's warning. Stick to the path and keep moving. After a few weeks of living in Nana's house, she managed to spit out some words like she'd been chewing on them for a while, struggling to form them, but had to say them. "Don't go near the branches," she said, as Mum handed us our lunches and pushed us out the door. My sister was a year younger than me, but already smarter. She didn't try to dig into the meaning of any of this. For her, she trusted Nana and Mum. They knew something important. So whatever danger was out there, just listen to them. No need to think too hard on it. But as for me, my mind ran wild. And though I was afraid, I just had to know. Nana herself scared me, probably just because she couldn't form words easily. Yet we knew that her mind was sharp as a razor. That combination can be unsettling. Always thinking, and seldom saying anything. It created an air of secret knowledge. Nana's side of the family went back to the Mayflower. I guess they believed things the regular church didn't want them believing. So they came over here to a new land where they could do their own church and tell other people what not to believe. I don't know if Nana was like that. It was more about things she had knowledge of. She wasn't at all religious. Never went to church. No religious symbols around the house. But there were just things she knew. Like how to make a hot toddy that would put you to sleep and all but cure your cold. How to make tomatoes grow in the shade. And how to avoid being marked for death by a skinny. What's a skinny? I can't say for sure. Mum wouldn't talk much about 'em, and Nana couldn't. At first, Mum refused to recognize them as true creatures. It was Nana that broke the seal on that one. Thinking back on it, and both Mum and Nana are now long gone, so I can't ask. But thinking back, I believe the reason they didn't want me to know about the Skinnies was because they were afraid I'd try to find one. I wouldn't be able to help it. Yes, I'd be terrified, and I was. But they knew I wouldn't be able to resist the urge. So, what are they? Very tall creatures that are quite thin and have superhuman patience. When I say tall, while descriptions vary, I was told they could be more than 3 or 4 times as tall as a man, yet much thinner than a human being. Standing still, they might resemble a pole, but quarter the width of a telephone pole. Except, they aren't straight like a pole, but somewhat bent. Usually they bend in the direction of a thin tree they use to shield themselves, to hide right in front of. They can stand motionless for hours. If you watch long enough, at most you might see their eyes slowly blink, which you might notice, because they'll be staring straight at you, watching. They are patient watchers. The Skinnies are human-like. Arms, legs, faces, upright. But hard to say much more, because they almost completely camouflage themselves, taking on the texture and shape of the tree they stand against, like an octopus. And they only move from one tree to another if they're sure you aren't looking. But Mum and Nana were terrified of them, because of the mark of death. According to legend, if you were touched by one of them, you were marked. Your days were numbered, and the number was small. If you stood too close to the skinny trees along the path, one could reach out with a long, slender arm and touch you. And you were marked. Your clock was ticking. However, as long as you kept moving and kept your eyes peeled, you were fine. Not so much because they're slow, but because they don't like being seen. Once I learned about the Skinnies, naturally I wanted to know if they were real, and the best way was asking other kids at school. At first, no one I asked had heard of them, so I figured it was all bullshit. But then I asked Lazarus. Laz was a kid who largely stuck to himself, but not because he was picked on. No one dared picked on this kid. I don't think he ever got into a fight, but there was a sense it would not end well for the other guy, whoever it was. Laz wasn't older than us, but he seemed it. Every school has a kid like that. You know, the first kid to own a dirt bike kind of kid. Laz mostly stuck to himself reading comic books, and if you went up to talk to him, he'd talk back. Not unfriendly, but maybe a little disinterested. He just didn't need to know the rest of the world. Laz also came from old stock around these parts, so he knew all the legends and family secrets. So I just asked him, "You ever heard of the Skinnies?" He lowered his comic book and wore something between a smirk and a frown. "I heard of them. Seen one too." My jaw dropped. Holy shit. Without waiting to see if we were even talking about the same thing, I asked where he saw them. "Where else?" he said. "In the woods." He explained how he'd been fishing when he had this sense of being watched. Over time, he felt like it was more than just watching. Something was hunting him. He didn't get up and go because he figured it was a big cat, maybe, or a bear. Moving would only make it charge. But more and more minutes went by, and he heard nothing moving. He had barely moved a muscle for a long time, maybe half an hour, when he finally decided to take off. But right before he did, he saw it. Up against a skinny birch tree that bent one way, then back the other. At first he didn't know what he was looking at, because the thing was so tall, he had to look up to see its face. Before looking up, he noticed the lines that he thought were part of the birch that were unnatural. Too vertical. The tree was about 15 yards away, and he made out the creature's knees at about the eye level of an adult human. Little knots from which vertical lines rose. As he kept turning up, the thing never moved an inch, so that he couldn't be sure if it was carved into the tree. He spotted super long, spidery fingers, gnarled shoulders, and finally, an unmoving face. He had to squint to even make out that it was a face. Just as he was sure it was just something carved into the tree, the eyes blinked. Laz freaked so bad he found himself sliding down the riverbank into the river, until he was in the muddy water and drifting down the stream. He never even went back for his rod. The story Laz told wasn't like a story that should be told around a crowd of kids. No. It was just me and him. When he was done telling it, he just went back to reading his comic like I wasn't even there. I walked away stunned. They were real. But what about the whole kiss of death thing? That had to be bull. I mean, mysterious creatures? Sure, that's flesh and blood stuff, so it could be real. But a kiss of death? That sounded like nonsense meant to scare kids. What would be the point of giving a kiss of death, even if a creature could? So, I spent Saturday morning doing extra chores for Nana, meaning she owed me. At lunch, still sweating and tired, I laid it on her. Why the kiss of death? But she wouldn't tell me. Later in the summer, the end of August, when the woods are thick with underbrush, me and my sister walked the path to the bus stop. My sister stuck to the rules, of course. Stay on the path, don't stop, avoid the skinny trees. I did too, but I was looking around real careful. Suddenly, I heard a vicious cry. We ground to a stop. My sister covered her mouth. Whatever it was close. We looked around in the woods. Then it came again. I felt, but didn't see, my sister move back. I walked into a patch of pines and spotted the wailing victim. A fox held a rabbit in its jaws, and that rabbit was making one hell of a racket. I clapped my hands together and made a racket of my own to scare the fox, and it worked. The fox let its meal go, but I hadn't told my sister any of what was going on. I just assumed she was behind me, looking over my shoulder. I was about to step into the woods to help the stunned rabbit, when it found its strength and ran off, a little worse for wear. I turned around, expecting to see my sister relieved in the path behind me, but she wasn't. She had backed off the path and into the woods on the other side, where she stood, next to a tall, dark, skinny tree. Having no idea about the liberated rabbit, I gasped, whispered for her to get back on the path. She immediately did, but she was rubbing her shoulder. "What is it?" I asked. "Something touched me," she said. I was too stunned to speak. All the way to the bus stop I said nothing, but I kept eyeing my sister the whole way, making sure she was alright. Up till that point in my life, I guess I only thought of her as a pain in the arse, which she wasn't really. But at that moment, I realized I wanted nothing bad to ever happen to her. Later at home, I thought about telling Nana. I wish I had. Maybe something could have been done. A couple weeks later, on a Saturday, my sister was in the car of her friend's mum. They were going to the mall. The mum did nothing wrong, but a pickup truck blew through a stop sign. Mostly everyone in the car had minor injuries, but my sister hit her head and had died instantly. Days later, I asked about Nana and the kiss of death, and she just shook her head with sadness, wouldn't tell me anything. So, naturally, I went to Laz at school, and even he was reluctant. But I looked really lost and down, and I guess it got to him, so he took me aside. He said the kiss of death was how Skinnies made more Skinnies. If someone was marked for death, they'd for sure soon die. There was pretty much no escaping it. And when they died, their spirit would return to the forest, to the place they were marked, and a process would begin. A process where they would become a Skinny. From that moment on, the seed of an idea took shape in my mind. I was going to see my sister again. And I figured I knew where I could find her. The bullying started when Noah was 5. He was always small for his age, speckled and freckled with a shock of copper hair. He was an easy target. I kept telling him to hit back, to stand his ground. That's what I had done when I was little. But Noah wasn't me. He was gentle and kind. I have to keep reminding myself that. He liked to read and loved to watch Star Trek with me. He was a good kid. It was just a shame no one else could see it. His mum died when he was 8, leaving me as his sole parent. I tried my best, still do, but I'm not his mother. I'm not as gentle or kind, and my smiles don't light up a room. It's hard, doing it all alone. He misses her. Missed her. She left a hole, and no one else can fill it. He came home from school one day and told me he'd made a friend. Martin. I was happy for him. I thought it would be good for him, and that it would bring him out of his shell. I assumed it was some other kid whose peers deemed him weird, and that they could take comfort in their exile with each other. He'd go to Martin's after school and come back smiling and happy. I was so relieved. Then, one day, Noah didn't come home. I waited half an hour, in the hopes that he was just late and that he'd lost track of the time. When he didn't show, I started to get worried. I began wandering the streets looking for him. I knocked half the doors in the neighborhood before I finally called the police. They were worried too, especially when I told them Noah wasn't the sort of kid to stay out all night. He was missing for a total of 2 days. I can't tell you the terror I lived through. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I wandered the streets, shouting his name. All the bullies from his class suddenly found their conscience and helped by posting flyers about the town. Their parents came round with plates of food and offers of help. It takes a tragedy to make some people see you, to make them help. Martin never came. You see, when the police went to the school to find out Martin's address, they found that there was no Martin in Noah's class. There were only 2 Martins in my small town, in fact. One was a local sex offender, and the other an elderly man up Pinewood Avenue, who was bedbound. It goes without saying that I feared the worst. Then, they found him. When I got the call, I thought I'd be driving to a mortuary, but they sent me instead to the hospital. I got a speeding ticket trying to get there as quickly as I could. My head was buzzing. What had happened to him? Was he all right? My little Noah. When I arrived, a policeman ambushed me. He took me into a relative's room. His face was grave, and I could have wept standing there, waiting.
"We found him in Magnolia,"
he said.
"He's completely uninjured. There's no sign of any assault.
But he's... Why does there always have to be a but? Why couldn't he have been fine? Why couldn't he have wanted to come home and watch Star Trek with me? My relief died like fire in the rain.
He's not responding well. We found him in an abandoned house. He was sitting alone in a room. He had been fed and watered. From all evidence at the scene, there appears to have been no restraints, nor any kidnap. We're still investigating, but Noah isn't exactly forthcoming with any information. The doctors are hopeful that your presence might change that.
He was in a bed, cross-legged and staring at the ceiling. He didn't even look at me as I entered. Something was wrong. 100,003, he said in his feeble little voice. Sunlight crept in through the blinds and blanketed him in strange bars. 100,002. Noah? It's Dad. I called out to him. My words didn't seem to reach him. He was in his own world, just counting. 100,001. 100,000. He said. 99,999.
Mr. McMahon?
A doctor said. He was old and grey. His face was as grave as the policeman's.
I'm Dr. Alt. I'm a child psychiatrist in charge of your son's care. I have a few questions for you. Firstly, I want to promise you that we are doing all we can to help Noah.
Why isn't he speaking? Why is he counting? I asked.
Does your son have autism? Or any mental conditions? Is there a history of schizophrenia in your family, or his mother's side?
He asked, providing me with no information. No. No autism, no schizophrenia. He's got nothing like that. Why is he like this? What's going on? Please, Doc. I glanced at him again, still counting away. I looked at my son. Noah.
He is eating and drinking. He has no injuries nor any fever. My initial guess was early presenting schizophrenia. Yet, without any family history, and his lack of reaction to medication, I find it unlikely.
Dr. Auld said.
To be quite honest, Mr. McMahon, I am at a loss. I have called in a colleague of mine from another hospital for a second opinion. I was hopeful he might have reacted to you. While I can rule out any physical assault, I cannot dismiss the possibility of some sort of trauma that has caused Noah's change in behavior.
That sicko had hurt him in some way. He might not have laid a hand on him, but he'd put something in Noah's head. I became sure of it then. Martin. His friend hadn't been some kid from class, but the neighborhood creep who had taken advantage of his loneliness. It wasn't easy leaving Noah in the hospital, but I was too angry to be of any real use to him there. A few of the dads from Noah's class told me where the creep lived. They offered to come along and help, but I didn't want to get them in trouble. This was my burden to bear. I had been such an awful father. I should have known who my son was hanging out with after school. I should have. Mindy would have. He lived in a run-down apartment complex. Graffiti had been scrubbed off the walls, leaving only a thin smear of red and blue. I didn't knock. I plunged his door open. The disgusting lout was sprawled out on his couch, with a roll-up between his thin, dried-up lips. Before he could react, my fist went burrowing down into his face. The sounds of him grimacing filled me with perverse pleasure. He looked confused and tried to scramble away.
"What the? Who are you?"
the slimebag said. "Noah's father. What did you do to him?" I punched again and heard his nose breaking. "The 10-year-old boy you've been grooming."
"I ain't been grooming any 10-year-olds. Jesus fuck,"
he exclaimed, his forearms across his face defensively. I stopped punching.
"That missing kid? I told the cops already. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm on the register, sure. Nothing to do with any kids. I'm not a... Christ. It was a misunderstanding with a girlfriend that got me put on... No kids. I swear. I don't have anything to do with your kid. Believe me. Please."
His coffee table was stacked high with adult magazines. I believed him. I called the police on myself in the end. They were extremely sympathetic, and Martin agreed to not press any charges. Though, I'm pretty sure the stack of cannabis on the table they agreed to overlook in exchange played a part in that. Good guys, the cops in my town. I went back to the hospital. Nothing had changed. He was still counting down. Every hour the numbers grew smaller. He'd stop to sleep, but when he'd wake, he'd continue the count. 40,603, he said. His voice was changing. The doc said it had to do with the fact he never shut up anymore. His vocal cords were strained and raw. He sounded almost like an old man. My poor little Noah. I couldn't help but wonder what would happen when he got down to 0. Would he stop counting? What would happen when he was finished? I think the doctors were wondering that too. They were stumped. Never seen a case like Noah before, they kept saying. Why did it have to be my kid? He'd been through enough. Mindy, the bullying. Why him? "I'm sorry, son," I said to him. He didn't look at me. I grabbed his hand, which he pulled back. He used to let me hold him when he was sad. He'd come in from school with his bag slumped across his shoulders, and I'd just hold him as he cried. Not anymore. Noah wasn't in there. And if he was buried deep. I grabbed his hand again. I had Mindy's favorite necklace in my pocket, and I slipped it around his neck. "Help me." I looked to the sky and hoped she was up there. "Maybe you can reach him," I thought quietly. It's my one remaining comfort to imagine that she did. As the cold metal touched his neck, he squeezed my hand. In between mindless numbers, he looked at me. His eyes were wide with terror, like a pig at the slaughter. "Dad, what's happening to me?" he said. I thought I had him back. The moment died as quickly as it came. The lights switched back off, and I was in the dark abyss again, searching the cold nothing for a thread of the sun I loved so much. 39,963. It isn't fair. Life. If God's real, He sure likes giving us more than we can handle. We were getting down to double digits. I was sitting at his bedside, and the doctors had gathered like the swarm. My tragedy was a show to them. They could go home and leave it behind. My head was in my hands. I was scared. I don't know why. Unease hung in the air like a cloud. Something wasn't right. I knew that. The son I loved felt further away with every strained number. He was drifting off into the ether, and all my love would go with him. 20, 19, he said at short intervals. There was jotting on clipboards, and nurses that had paused, wordless. It felt like something was going to happen. 18, 17. I thought about when he was a baby. So tiny. I could hold him with one hand. I thought of that first word. So pure and innocent. Dada. I thought about leaving him at school for the first time, in his little uniform, with the blue blazer, and the tears when he came home with mud on his knees from being pushed over. I thought about Mindy, and how they'd snuggle up together in bed, watching some kids' films. All those fragile moments crowded my head, and for a few seconds, I was warm from the love of them. All the while the numbers grew smaller. 5, 4, 3, 2. There was a pause before it came. The doctors held their breath. Somewhere behind me, a nurse dropped her pen, and it fell to the ground slowly, as if gravity didn't work anymore. It rolled around on the floor, like a spinning hat with no momentum. 1. He started convulsing. His eyes rolled to the back of his head, just little pools of white. His little body, every inch of which I adored and loved, thrashed around as if electricity was coursing through it. The nurses and doctors pushed me out of the way. All I could do was watch, as my world crumbled into nothing. Then he stopped. There was a moment of calm. He slowly pushed his way out of the nurse's grip, and he sat up. I felt hope reach a crescendo within me. He's back, I thought. He's home. Then I looked at him, and it slipped away again, into a void of spreading dread. His eyes weren't his anymore. They were the same blue, but they belonged to a stranger. "Where am I?" he asked in that strange, crackled voice. A parent knows. I can't explain it. You just know. The Noah sat on that hospital bed wasn't my Noah. He was someone else's. He looked at me as if he didn't know me. All the moisture had been drained out of me. I felt like nothing. Like I would dissolve into tatters.
"You're in hospital, Noah,"
Dr. Old said. "Good," he said. He grunted and his body moved oddly. He surveyed his hands and legs as if he just discovered them, and moved as if he expected them to ache. "I feel good." That's excellent," a nurse said, with a warm smile. "Do you want some of your toys? Your dad brought in your favorite stuffed bear." He looked at Mr. Snuffles as if he had never seen him before. My hairs were standing up. They refused to lie flat. "Interesting bear," he said, judging its missing eye. He spoke as if he was older, more seasoned. This wasn't Noah. This wasn't Noah. He did not cradle it to his chest. It looked at me, that thing in my son's body, and a small smile touched his lips, creeping up at the corners unnaturally. I shook my head. This couldn't be.
"His vitals are stable,"
Dr. Old told me.
"This is good."
"He isn't talking like Noah," I said to him. He mused with his clipboard. "He isn't acting like Noah."
"Whatever has happened to him has clearly had a great effect. It may take time for him to return to normal, if at all,"
he said.
"It's still Noah. He's speaking now. That means we can help."
I took no reassurance from his words. Hours passed like days. Noah moved as if he had never had a body before, or at least a working one. He marveled at every joint and birthmark. He kept stretching his arms out just to study the way they moved. He didn't speak much. "When we get home, we can watch Star Trek all weekend. I'm off work for a few weeks," I said to him, hoping to draw my son out of whatever shell he was in. "I'd prefer mash," he said, and I flinched. "I can't wait to get home and have some kippers." Kippers and mash. Somewhere else in the hospital, another tragedy was underway. I was wandering the halls numbly with a cup of hot coffee in my hands. The doors to the ambulatory slammed open. A trolley was rushed through, a crowd of frantic family members chasing after it. An old man lay in a bed, reaching out for the sky's embrace. He was panicked. His eyes were wide like Noah's had been when he called out for me.
"I want my dad. I want my dad,"
the old man shouted at the top of his lungs. A young woman was holding on to the side of his trolley. His daughter, maybe. Yet the man did not seem to know her. Every time her hands came down to comfort him, he flinched. Then he saw me, and his hand pulled out for me. His words seemed to have been stolen from him. He was trying to throw himself out of the trolley just to reach me.
"Dad, I want my dad,"
he shouted, and the words filled my belly with dull, throbbing unease.
"Does your father have dementia?"
A doctor was asking the woman. No, he's not able to get around much anymore. That's all. He's never been like this. He's been a little down lately, about not being able to get out as much. But he's always been sane," she said, her voice etched with pain. A pain I knew all too well. Her situation was not so dissimilar to mine. A relative, not acting like themselves. The same, but different.
"Dad, it's me." "No, Dad, I want my dad, my mum, Dad,"
he cried, reaching out for me again. My body wanted to chase after him, to reach him. The coffee cup slipped from my hand and fell like a clatter to the ground. A pool of dark brown soaked my feet.
Do you have a name so we can pull up his records?
The doctor asked as he followed the trolley into the room. The old man slipped out of view. Martin. The woman, still breathless, replied. His name's Martin Smith. A strange coincidence. Had to be. Little lines tied together, stitching into some awful patchwork quilt. It didn't make any sense. It couldn't be. I returned to Noah. I felt like a zombie, like my head wasn't connected anymore. It was floating in the clouds. Nothing made sense. I can't wait to come home with you, Dad, Noah said, and my eyebrows furrowed. I shut my eyes and thought of my boy, at the gates of the school, in the arms of his mother, his face turned, wrinkled and old. We're going to have so much fun. I just know it. He's not my kid. This thing I'm taking home. It's not my kid. Today is my 24th birthday, and for some reason, I can't quite wrap my head around it. Some of you who are older than me are probably looking at your screens and smirking at my young adult angst, or my almost 25, which is halfway to 30, crisis. But I really don't know how to feel. On one hand, I've never felt so youthful, so full of life, so full of endless opportunities. But on the other hand, I feel like I've missed the boat. When my alarm clock screamed at me at exactly 6:30 a.m., I angrily smacked it, and then turned to look at the empty side of my bed. My arm jutted out, fingertips running over the cool fabric of a spot I thought would be filled by now. My friends are all married, and despite being happy for them, I couldn't help but think about how the only thing I slept next to last night was the sock I've been looking for since last week. I yanked it free from the tangled covers and tossed it onto my nightstand, but I didn't make any motion to wrench myself out of bed just yet. Instead, I found my eyes roaming back over to that empty spot next to me, the pillows still perfectly upright. They made me sick. I snatched them up and threw them across my room. I think it's safe to say that my first day being a 24-year-old had already elicited a medley of feelings. When my phone dinged, I turned around and grabbed it, my eyes nearly rolling all the way into the back of my head when I realized who it was. My ex. Hey, thinking about you today. Happy birthday. I miss you. I bet you do. I wanted to type back, but I refrained. Instead, I deleted his message and finally decided to block his number. It had been 3 months since the breakup, and I'm totally over it now. I've deleted all of our pictures and burned the painting he had made for us on Valentine's Day. It didn't make me feel any better, but I couldn't stand to look at it any longer. Ding. As I peered down at my phone again, I swiped up and smiled this time. Heather. Happy birthday, gorgeous. You got any plans tonight? No, but I think I'm going to do a rain check on whatever you've got up your sleeve. She instantly responded, my smile widening. She was insufferable. Come on, it's your birthday. You got a secret coffee date or something instead? Winky face. I laughed and quickly typed back. I wish. She replied, so, I was thinking we could celebrate your birthday tonight with tacos and margaritas. Our usual spot. Amelia and Jolie will be there too. I mulled the thought over in my head for a second before I decided. I rain checked on the last invite too, but in all honesty, I just haven't felt like myself lately. Depression was a heck of a mood killer these past few weeks, and it was really starting to take a toll on my social life. Maybe I just needed to get out. Sure, that sounds great. Hey, I really appreciate you for not giving up on me and dragging me out of my slumps. You're a gem. Heather's only response back was a few white hearts. And then, something that really piqued my attention. Look at these cool birthday candles I bought off of Etsy. I know how you like creepy, weird things, so I figured you would get a kick out of them. I'll put them on your birthday cake tonight, and who knows, maybe they'll work. Smiley face. As my fingers zoomed in on the picture, I studied it with mild amusement. There was a small wooden box with the words, wishing candles, printed across the front of it in thick, black ink. The edges of the box were slightly worn and splintered, but nestled inside were 12 black candles. Just below the wording on the front was something written a little smaller in red. I zoomed in as close as I could, my eyes straining to read the lettering. Good for one wish. Caution. Do not tell anyone what you wished for. All wishes are between the wisher and the wisher only. Should you break this rule, the wish will go sour. I giggled and typed back. This looks like some silly little gimmick, but it's cute. Thank you. On the drive to work that morning, I flipped through multiple radio stations until I came to a stop at a red light. I huffed and finally decided on switching it off. Nothing good was on the radio this morning, and the last thing I wanted to listen to was another commercial about Fantasy's lingerie. As my eyes wandered over to the time, it glared back at me disapprovingly. 7:50 a.m. I cursed under my breath for staying in bed those extra 5 minutes, and leaned back in my seat, throwing the sun visor down so I wasn't blinded by the early morning sun. As I waited for the light to change, my eyes wandered over to the gym across the street. A man and a woman were walking out. I watched as she giggled, her perfectly blonde ponytail bouncing to and fro as she playfully punched the man on the shoulder. He looked like a giant compared to her, his tank top straining across the expanse of his chest, and his biceps big enough that a blind person could see them from a mile away. His hair was shortly cropped, and his teeth screamed Hollywood white. I rolled my eyes when he snatched her up and threw her over his shoulder, slapping the girl on her extremely well-toned butt. It took all I've got not to roll down my window and scream at them to get a room, jealousy creeping up on me again. Instead, I was met with a honk. The light was greener than I've ever seen it, and I'd been gawking at this perfectly happy couple like a bitter divorcee. I ran a hand over my face and blew out a breath as I pressed down on the accelerator. The man behind me yelled a slur of obscenities, and flipped me off as his souped-up hillbilly monster truck maneuvered around me and zoomed off. There was a decal on the back of his truck in big red block lettering. Big Nasty. He's definitely compensating for something, I muttered under my breath. When I finally arrived at work, the rest of my day didn't go much better. I was drowning in reports. None of my pens worked. And the co-worker who bothers me from time to time decided that today was the day to come and tell me about his newest, most stupid, completely idiotic realization. Hannah, you've got to hear this one. I promise you. It's well worth your time. He bounced on the balls of his feet, way too chipper for my brain to comprehend at that moment. I'm sure it is, I mumbled, sarcasm oozing from my voice as I tried to look anywhere but directly at him. What was that? He asked, completely oblivious. Oh, nothing. I smiled and waved him on, telling him to continue. So, do you know that crickets are... As Damien droned on about crickets, I couldn't help but think about his poor wife. How many random facts did she listen to in a day? But then it hit me. Even Damien was married. Somewhere out there was a woman who loved Damien and his stupid fun facts. Even he had someone to sleep next to at night. And when they laid in bed, and he told her a fun fact about milkshakes, or antique cars, or crickets, she probably melted in his hands like putty, and begged for Hannah. Oh, yes, sorry. I got lost in thought there for a second. My hand came up to scratch the back of my neck awkwardly. What were you saying? I was just saying that it's 5 o'clock. You should probably be getting out of here and celebrating your birthday or something, right? My eyes flew to the little clock ticking away on my desk. Had he really been talking to me for a whole 20 minutes? Right. Yes, I exclaimed, quickly gathering my belongings and nearly twisting my ankle in the process, the tip of my red hill accidentally getting wedged beneath my swivel chair. When I finally made it to the restaurant, hurriedly zipping to the back corner booth that we usually sit at, I was swarmed with a cacophony of happy birthday Hannahs and lots of excited hugs. The night started off with the multiple baskets of chips and endless bowls of salsa and queso. Amelia settled on non-alcoholic strawberry daiquiris, while Jolie, Heather and I enjoyed margaritas. Once the tacos came out, we started to talk about our jobs and our weekend plans. And then the topic I'd been dreading all night. So, Amelia started with a grin, golden strands of hair nearly toppling into her tacos as she excitedly leaned forward. How's your love life lately? Have you been seeing anyone? My smile instantly dimmed, but I swallowed back my disappointment. Not recently. I gave a guy my number the other day and... Did he call? Jolie blurted out, her eyes lighting up as she quirked a freckled brow. All 3 girls were now sitting on the edge of their seats. His girlfriend did. All 3 of them gasped. No. No way. I got 2 phone calls that I didn't answer because I was busy. But then I noticed that he left me a text about wanting me to give him a call when I had the time. When I called back though, he didn't answer and it went to voicemail. Heather smirked, already knowing how this was going to end. Her voicemail, right? Yeah. She must have found the number and decided to call it. But I had no idea he even had a girlfriend. I shrugged and picked up my last taco. Amelia's lips tugged up into a sympathetic smile before she said, "Don't you wish it was possible to just order the perfect boyfriend? Have him shipped straight to your door like Amazon Prime?" Ironically, Amelia's husband was the perfect example of a man who looked like he was shipped straight to her door. But regardless, I knew her comment came from a good place, so I appreciated the sentiment. Jolie, on the other hand, simply rolled her eyes and slumped back in her seat. Unlike Heather and Amelia, she was single too, so she knew exactly what I was dealing with. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my boyfriend boxes have all been shipped by freaking FedEx. She scoffed and then continued. They're always dented, damaged, and useless by the time I open them up. A round of laughter burst out before Jolie patted me on the shoulder. You know what? His loss. That guy sounds like he was a steaming pile of... Oh, they're bringing out your cake. Look. Heather interrupted, clapping her hands excitedly as the small 6-inch cake was set in the middle of the table. I smiled when I realized what kind it was. Carrot cake. My favorite. When all three of them broke out into an obnoxiously loud version of Happy Birthday, I nearly slid under the table. But instead, I found myself laughing at the horribly sung rendition before Heather slapped the tabletop and held up a hand. Wait, the candles. I almost forgot. As she scavenged through her purse, we all waited patiently before she finally yanked them free and slid them out of the box. Jolie and Amelia helped her position all 12 of them on the cake before the waiter lit them, and then trailed back off towards the kitchen. With a wink, Heather glanced at me and said, "Make a wish." A large part of me thought it was silly, but a small part of me whispered, if there's even an inkling of a chance that these candles work, maybe I should make it worthwhile. And so I did. With a large inhale of breath, I slowly closed my eyes, blew out the candles, and made my wish, the words echoing in my mind. If these candles really do work, please send me a boyfriend. Someone who is loving and kind. Someone who is loyal. Someone who is my other half. When I finally got home that night, I kicked off my heels and untucked my blouse. I was bordering on drunk after those shots I had at the bar after dinner, and at that moment, I wanted nothing more than to curl up in bed and crash. After changing into my PJs and passing out, I didn't think much about the wish, until I heard my doorbell ring. I rubbed my eyes and peered over at my alarm clock. 11:11 stared back at me. Who in the world was at my door at this time of the night? As I crept out of bed, I slid down one of the blinds and peeked out. My brows furrowed when I noticed an Amazon truck parked out in my driveway. Heck, I knew Amazon was dedicated, but this was some next level stuff. I grabbed my robe off the back of the bathroom door, then wrapped it around myself and slowly tugged open my front door. A curious look plastered to my face when I noticed the very large box standing upright before me.
Hi. I'm so sorry for the late delivery. This was ordered with same-day shipping, and we almost missed it.
He laughed awkwardly and then paused, handing me a clipboard before pointing to the dotted line.
Are you Hannah Hoffman?
With a nod, I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and quickly signed the line below.
Do you need any help bringing this inside? The box is fairly heavy.
I eyed the man for a second, somewhat warily, before I said, "That's all right. I think I can take it from here. Thanks." With a salute, he headed back to his truck and backed out of my drive. When I made an attempt to drag the box into the house, though, I struggled. It was a lot heavier than I thought. Suddenly, I was second-guessing not asking for help. When I finally had it in my living room, I stared up at it for a second, confused and curious. This box had to be at least 6 feet tall, and I hadn't ordered anything, let alone something this big. Perhaps it was a birthday gift from one of the girls, but in my sleep-deprived state, I couldn't care less. I was way too tired to even deal with this right now, so I decided to just open it in the morning and head back to bed. When my alarm clock went off at its unusual time, I awoke with a start. Something warm and solid pressing into my back. I instantly froze. A large hand slid out from behind me and silenced my alarm before wrapping itself around my waist.
"Good morning,"
the voice whispered, deep and gravelly from the sleep, as lips pressed against the side of my head. A sharp breath left my mouth as my heart pounded out of my chest. Who are you?" I asked, my voice failing from trembling lips. A deep chuckle left his mouth, warm and dark.
You don't remember?"
Turning to face him, I paled, the realization dawning on me. This is exactly what I'd imagined when I made that wish last night. Dark hair, sharp features, and cool blue eyes. Eyes that were studying me quite intently, with a mischievous little gleam. I watched as his lips slowly tugged up into a smirk. "Listen," I started, trying to find a logical explanation for why this man was in my bed. "I think I may have had one too many drinks last night." A blush burned at my cheeks. "I hate to admit that I don't even remember your name, but did you come home from the bar with me last night? It's all kind of a blur." I watched as he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, before he smirked again, an amused expression melting onto his perfectly sculpted features.
"Unless the bar was disguised as an Amazon Prime truck. I don't think so."
And that's when it hit me. The box. The freaking 6-foot box. My eyes warily traveled back up to his, before I stuttered out, "No. You're kidding. You've got to be." With a shake of his head, he pointed to his chest. It looked like a tattoo of sorts, but when I got a closer look, I was even more confused. My fingertips reached out to trace the lettering as I read, "Made in Texas." With a shove, I broke free from his embrace and ran into my living room. The box was on its side, and packing peanuts littered the floor. "You've got to be kidding me." As my feet padded across the hardwood, I stopped when I saw the shipping information sprawled out near the box. I quickly picked it up and began reading. Thank you for your order from Mail a Man, trademark, in Texas, where your wish is our command. The second I felt him come up behind me, his arms wrapping me in the warmth of his embrace, the paper fell from my hands and fluttered to the floor.
What's the matter, sweetheart?
His voice was like velvet to my ears, but my body was screaming for me to get away, warning bells sounding off loudly in my head. And that's when I felt it. The cool feeling of metal pressing into the skin of my throat. I hissed when I felt it graze the skin, my hands freezing at my sides in complete and utter shock. I was in no position to try and fight this right now, not with a knife to my throat. So I did the only thing I could in that moment. I begged. Please don't do this. My eyes flicked down to the paper, a name staring back at me. Maverick, I mumbled, my words falling from trembling lips. Please, put down the knife. I heard him chuckle before his other hand came up and tangled itself within my hair, grabbing a fistful of it and yanking hard until my head fell back and I was peering up at him.
Say my name again.
He rasped, the sound a primal sort of growl. I shuddered, tears welling up and threatening to spill over. Why are you doing this? What is all of this?
Do you remember the directions of that box of candles, darling?
I cringed, the pet name anything but endearing. Yes. I breathed out shakily.
Did you follow the one rule on the box?
I think so. My memory was foggy though, and I wasn't sure if I had or not. I watched as his brow lifted and his lips tugged up into a wicked smirk before he released my hair and backed me up against the wall, the knife still trained at my neck. He towered over me, his presence ominously imposing. If I didn't figure this out quickly, I knew something horrible was about to happen.
Wrong answer,
he hissed, his warm breath fanning out across my ear as he leaned in. But my voice trailed off. I don't remember telling anyone.
Oh, but you most certainly did.
Shivers raced over my arms as his lips moved down, past my ear and onto my neck. Please, just let me go. I promise.
It's a bit too late for that now, isn't it?
He started, the knife at my neck pressing harder against the skin, thick rivulets of blood slowly trailing down my collarbone. Tears blurred my vision as his other hand wrapped around my waist, pulling me against him so close that I could smell the spice of his cologne.
I don't want to hurt you,
he whispered, words trailing off as his lips hovered dangerously close to my own. My eyes looked anywhere but directly at him, and I gasped when I felt his hand grip my chin and tip it upwards, hauntingly blue eyes meeting my own.
I want to destroy you.
Fear bloomed within me, setting my body aflame with the need to survive. So I did the only thing I could think of. It was impulsive, but it had to work. I smashed my lips to his, stood up on my tiptoes, and wound my fingertips into his hair, tugging it softly as I deepened the kiss, A small groan of approval left his lips as he held me there, the knife in his hand clattering to the ground, as his hands lifted me up and wrapped my legs around his waist. My eyes slowly opened, making sure he was fully involved in the kiss, before I noticed something scattered on the floor. The directions. Without missing a beat, I moved my hand down his chest, nails raking hungrily at the skin, trying my best to distract him as I squinted at the words, "Off switch." When I felt him pull back, I quickly shut my eyes and pretended to be enthralled, breaths leaving my lips in small, shaky puffs that quickly turned into a sigh of relief when he buried his head into the crook of my neck. Once again, I indulged him, small gasps leaving my lips, urging him onward as I tried and failed to read the wording about switching him off. But that's when I felt it. Bingo. My hand stilled, no longer tugging at his hair. It was right behind his neck. With a quick flick, I switched it off and waited. But instead of the outcome I was hoping for, he froze and then glared at me.
"Did you just try switching me off?"
The words left his mouth in a snarl, dark brows scrunched together furiously. My plan from before backfired, and I was quickly losing my cool. Of course not," I stuttered, my voice a bit too loud. A choked breath caught in my throat as his hands wound around it tightly.
"You cheeky little bitch,"
he whispered, a dark chuckle rumbling in his chest.
"You want to do this the hard way."
That breath was quickly exhaled as he slammed me onto the floor, grabbing the knife and plunging it into my thigh. I shrieked as I fought to move from beneath him, my hands thrashing and punching and scratching as I tried and failed to fight him off. Crimson pooled around my body, blooming across my pajama shorts and soaking into the fabric as I cried. Another strangled scream reverberated through my ribcage as I felt him wrench the knife free and plunge it down into my shoulder. At this point, I was sobbing hysterically, my body trembling and cold from all the blood loss. I was sure that I was going to die, until I remembered something. "Hannah, did you know that in my self-defense class this week?" I fought to remember, sifting through the pain and the ever-mounting confusion that muddled my thoughts as more and more blood flowed around me. "Damien, I'm really busy right now. Can you—" "No, this is a good one. Did you know that if someone's on top of you and your upper body strength isn't as strong as your opponent's, all you've got to do is buck your hips to get them off balance?" With the last of the strength I could muster, I balled my hands into fists, fingernails biting into the flesh of my hands as I fought back the pain and bucked my hips upward as hard as I could. Maverick jolted and fell off of me, his back hitting the ground with a hard thud. I quickly wrenched the knife from my shoulder, a scream ripping past my lips as I plunged it straight into the front of his face. With a gurgled wail, Maverick stumbled backwards, writhing on the floor, a strange crackling sound filling the air as his body spasmed and then stilled. A strange black substance oozed from his nose and mouth. But I was far too worried with the fact that I thought I was going to pass out. My phone was still in my purse, so I dragged myself over to the kitchen table, a trail of red flowing behind me. My vision was spotty, but I pushed past it, determined to call for help. When my hands finally wrapped around the handles of my purse, I yanked it to the floor and grabbed for my phone. A strange buzzing began to fill my ears as I frantically dialed 911. I was going to pass out. I need to act fast. 911, what's your emergency? Another round of tears threatened to break loose, relief flooding my system at her words. But I shoved them aside and laid on the ground, trying my best to stay awake. My mouth felt like it was moving in slow motion, my lips barely able to form the words. I need an ambulance, I managed to say, words slurred and jumbled. I've been stabbed. Hurry, please. I shivered, a breath catching in my throat. Despite the blood being so warm, my body was indescribably cold. I think I'm dying. And that was the last thing I remember before I woke up in the hospital. According to my friends, I was out for several hours, but I would make a full recovery. As for Maverick, he was nowhere to be seen. But there was an investigation going on that I would know more about tomorrow. As I sat in the hospital that night, trying to stomach a bowl of soup and a cup of Sprite, I reached for my phone, the notification light blinking like crazy. When I finally opened it up, I nearly vomited. Mail a man, trademark, would like to formally apologize for the faulty boyfriend that was delivered to your doorstep last night. Fortunately, this incident has been elevated and brought to the attention of corporate. We are delighted to inform you that we have decided to compensate you for your troubles. I threw the phone on the floor. I clutched my stomach and threw up all over the front of my nightgown. The last sentence of that email sending me into a full-blown panic attack. And we've decided to send you a new one via overnight shipping.
Trying to pick something out for All Hallows, are we?
The old man asked in his gruff, though oddly mellifluous voice. Orville's old-fashioned oddity outlet was infamous throughout the city of Sombermory and Harrowick County beyond. Everything he sold came with a story, and every story was complete and utter bunkum. Most people thought that his shop was just a tourist trap to capitalize on our area's plethora of urban legends, and that it was the run-off business from the much more popular Eve's Eden of Esoterica across the street that kept him afloat. But for those willing to entertain the notion that an elderly snake oil salesman in a pastel suit and straw fedora might in fact be a legitimate purveyor of the preternatural, Orville's little shop was worth hitting up. I had ventured in there in the hopes of finding something that might gain me admittance to an upscale Halloween party that I was most definitely not invited to, and a wall filled with gorgeous masquerade masks had stolen my attention. Ah, yeah. I'm trying to put together a Halloween costume, I said to the old man. These are beautiful. What can you tell me about them?
Tell me, miss, have you ever heard of the tale of the masked city of Incognita?
Orville replied, his voice dropping melodramatically as if he was trusting me with some coveted secret.
Somewhere out amidst the plains, in the void between worlds, there's a void that's a world unto itself. A sovereign city-state that follows no laws but its own. And that includes the laws of physics. It's a city of eternal masquerade, where the citizens are forbidden to remove their masks for any reason, under punishment of exile. Some say it's because the incogniti slowly became their masks over time, either unintentionally or to save themselves from growing madness of their home. Either way, their identities and souls now live entirely within their masks, their bodies reduced to mere hosts. These are the masks of exiled or fallen incogniti, ripped willingly or not from their bearers, leaving their masks silent and their bodies screaming and jabbering in incoherent madness. What became of those bodies? I don't know, and don't care to ask. But the masks have been lovingly safeguarded, passed from buyer to buyer and wearer to wearer, wandering down many different paths, before all winding up at my shop. Should you choose to don one, the ancient and arcane knowledge held within will begin to trickle into your mind, but so will the identity held by the mask. You won't lose yourself to it all at once. It will be far more insidious. It will take over so gradually that you won't even realize it's happening. Go incognito long enough, and you will become incogniti.
I see, I said with an amused smirk. Ignoring the fact that you just blatantly ripped that story off of the SCP wiki, you're saying that if I were to try on one of these masks and feel absolutely nothing, that would merely be the insidiousness of the curse, and not evidence to the mundanity of the masks.
Won't matter to me then, honey. You wear it. You bought it.
Orville chuckled.
If you don't mind my prying, what's got you in the market for such a high-end Halloweeny mask, anywho?
I was hoping to get into Seneca Chamberlain's Halloween party, I admitted with some hesitation. He hasn't had a party this big in years, either because of COVID or some personal issues he's been having. Since there will be so many people there, I was hoping that if I just looked the part, I might be able to sneak in unnoticed. I'm not going to steal anything or hurt anyone or blow anything up. I just want to crash the party. Pendragon Manor is the stuff of legends. I'd love to see it from the inside, especially on Halloween.
Crash Seneca's big Halloween bash? Yeah, I can get behind that.
Orville chuckled.
None of these masks will do the trick for you, though. Not if I know Seneca's security. Which, incidentally, I do. They need to attend some sort of sensitivity training about the appropriate manner to deal with the elderly.
He fetched a keyring from his desk and used it to unlock a drawer directly beneath the mask display. He slowly pulled it open, revealing a silver mask sitting on a velvet pillow. It had been constructed of tightly meshed wires, woven into mesmerizing fractal patterns. Though the wires were slightly less dense around the eyes, the mask was completely lacking in any facial features whatsoever.
This, young lady, is 100% Sealy silver, made for an incognate marchioness,"
he said as he held it up, glimmering like a spider's web in the early morning light.
"You may have heard that the Sealy have a bit of a knack for names and the like. This mask hides not only your face, but the name that goes with it. Wear this to Seneca's shindig, and I guarantee you'll get in."
He pushed it towards me, and I gingerly accepted it. I turned it over in my hands, running my fingers along its cool silver filaments, gazing in awe at the ethereal designs they formed. The mask certainly seemed, if not otherworldly, then at least extraordinary. It was inconceivable to me that it was merely some sweatshop-produced chrome costume that he was trying to pawn off on me. Okay, maybe not inconceivable, but a remote possibility nevertheless. So now fairies made these masks? I asked, incredulously.
"No, just that one. Pay attention. You think mortal craftsmanship would ever be good enough for a marchioness?"
he asked. Uh-huh. And of course, I wear it, I buy it. So I can't just try it on to see if it actually does what you say it will. I sighed, shoving it back towards him. I might as well buy a can of magic beans.
"Now, hold on. Maybe we can work out an arrangement,"
he said, refusing to accept the mask.
"You said you only wanted it for Seneca's Halloween party, right? Well, what if in exchange for a small security deposit, just enough to cover the deductible on my insurance, in case you don't bring it back, I'll let you use this mask for Halloween and bring it back the next day. If it does the trick, then perhaps you'll be interested in buying it for keeps. If not, then you get your security deposit back. Potential big scores for both of us at minimal risk. What could possibly go wrong?"
I paused, pulling the mask back as I considered the offer. Magic or not, it was absolutely stunning, and probably my only hope of getting into the party. "Just a small safety deposit?" I asked.
"I'll even throw in those magic beans to sweeten the deal,"
he said, his wide grin revealing fillings made with the same Sealy silver as the mask. $1,000 safety deposit for a Halloween mask. I must be out of my mind. I murmured to myself as I drove up the winding terrace that encircled Pendragon Hill. It wasn't really that outrageous of a sum, considering how much I had spent on my hair, gown, jewelry, which included a tiara, and shoes. All told, I'd spent an awful lot of money on a party I wasn't even invited to. The only traditional expense I had foregone was makeup, since if the mask worked as advertised, I wouldn't be able to take it off. As I approached the top of the hill, I could hear the faint sound of live music, and I saw the fancy cars lined up at the titanium gates as a stout little valet checked to make sure they were on the list. I quickly grabbed my mask and fastened it to my head. It didn't really impair my vision that much, but it certainly wasn't anything I had wanted to wear while driving up a hill where one wrong turn would mean disaster. As I pulled up to the valet, he glared down at me and my vehicle with palpable contempt. "Are you on the list?" he asked impatiently, looking like he was just waiting for an official reason to call security. "I don't need to be on the list, Woodbead," I replied with an indignance that took me off guard. I hadn't the slightest idea where the name Woodbead had come from. To my surprise and relief, a look of sudden regret washed across the valet's face. "Yes, of course. My apologies. I didn't recognize you in your marvelous new vessel," he said. "Welcome to Pendragon Manor. Please, enjoy the party." "Thank you," I said, smiling mischievously beneath my mask as I pulled into the motor court. I wasn't 100% sure if the mask had actually worked, or if I just happened to resemble and sound like someone the valet knew. And at that point, I honestly didn't care. I was in. I felt like I was in a fairy tale as I hoisted up the skirts of my gown to ascend the tapering staircase into Chamberlain's mansion, passing through the front foyer with nary a glance and straight into the majestic ballroom. The floor was covered in mosaics of gleaming marble tiles, lit by crystal chandeliers hanging from a ceiling embellished with Renaissance-style frescoes. Guests in elegant evening wear and masquerade masks danced to classical music. From a small chamber orchestra performing on a stage at the opposite end of the ballroom. Portraits and statues lined the walls. An open skylight revealed the starry firmament above, and the floor-to-ceiling arch windows afforded a whimsical view of the aviary outside. As starstruck as I was by the venue, I still managed to spot Chamberlain mingling with the other guests almost immediately. He was easily recognizable, despite his golden Oni mask. Tall and slender, in a three-piece crimson suit and top hat. I saw him cock his head slightly when he noted my presence, excusing himself from his other guests to come and say hello. It had originally been my plan to avoid him as much as possible, but as he approached, I was inexplicably free of any fear that he was coming to confront me for attending his party uninvited.
"Come to hold me to my standing invitation, I see,"
he asked wryly. "I would have come sooner if I had any legs to stand on," I replied, before I even knew what I was saying. "Is Crowley here? I'd love to say hello."
"Lamentably. He was unable to attend this evening. Something came up in Adderwood that he needed to see to,"
he said, as if I had the slightest idea of what he was talking about. "Oh, really? What about the noir woman I've heard about? Is she there as well?" I asked, uttering yet another name that meant nothing to me.
"It was her idea, as far as I can tell."
He shrugged. "So, then there's no one over your head here tonight?" I asked. "No one who might object if you took an old friend down to the old tunnels beneath your wine cellar?"
"And here I had hoped that you'd simply come to take advantage of my hospitality."
Chamberlain laughed.
"But if you're looking to make a discreet exit from Sumbermory, I believe I can arrange that. After the party, however. I'm not about to abandon all my guests when they've been so looking forward to seeing me again. I suggest enjoying yourself until then. If not for you, then for your chauffeur. It's the least you could do, making her bring you all this way."
I laughed, though I don't know why, and Seneca left to attend his other guests. For the next few hours, I mingled with my fellow revelers. A few of them I knew by reputation. But most of Chamberlain's friends fell under the category of reclusive, eccentric millionaires, and I had never seen or heard of any of them. None of them ever suspected that I didn't belong there, in no small part, because I always seemed to know exactly what to say. Unfamiliar words and foreign names dropped from my mouth quite regularly, their meaning known only to their recipients. It became increasingly hard to deny that it wasn't me who was speaking, but the mask that was speaking through me. While this admittedly made me uneasy, it wasn't enough to make me want to take the mask off. After all, hadn't this been exactly what I had wanted it for? It gave me the identity I needed to get into the party. And of course, that identity had come with some baggage of its own. It wasn't actually controlling me or taking over me, I thought. Throughout the night I had been able to take sips of cocktails or bites of hors d'oeuvres, Mandalorian style, lifting up the mask just enough to slip something into my mouth, and I felt no resistance from the mask when I did this. I remained convinced that I remained in full control of my actions and could take the mask off any time I wanted. It wasn't until the hour neared midnight that something went amiss. The sound of a struggle drew my and everyone else's attention towards the door to the foyer, revealing an unwelcome latecomer. He was tall, spindly, and shabbily dressed in a faded and tattered orange suit. His jack-o'-lantern eye mask was clearly a cheap mass-market costume piece, marking him as painfully out of place amongst such a high couture crowd. We all would have been wondering why they had even let him in, were it not for the several security guards who were frantically trying to pull him back. Despite his slight frame, the man seemed to possess an inordinate strength, and continued his advance through the ballroom with very little difficulty.
"Where is it? Where is it?"
he shouted in a raspy, nearly inhuman-sounding voice.
"The old man said it would be here."
One of the security guards tasered him, and he didn't even flinch. He just batted the weapon away with a casual backhand, craning his long neck across the sea of masks, as if trying to find one in particular. And then he stopped when his gaze fell upon me. Effortlessly tossing off the security guards who had barely even managed to slow him down in the first place, he burst into a sprint as he dashed toward me. I started running too, of course, but instead of running outside, as I logically should have, I ran into the kitchen. Despite having never been in that room before, I went straight for a door that ended up leading down into a wine cellar. It occurred to me that maybe I was there to hide, or use the wine bottles as weapons, but I didn't stop. I kept right on running towards a cask of Amontillado at the back. Before I could reach it, I felt long and slender fingers grabbing me by the back of my gown and hoisting me into the air.
"Well, don't you look radiant this evening?"
the jack-o'-lantern masked man asked mockingly as he spun me around and dangled me in front of him. His teeth were stained nearly the same color as his suit, his stubble thick and uneven on his rectangular jaw, and his jaundiced eyes protruded so far from their sockets, I was sure they were about to fall out. I struggled and kicked, but his grip was like iron, and his sunken chest was like granite.
"Thought you could escape our collection by running off through the Kanakali. You'd only have wasted both of our time. There's nowhere you can go in all the worlds that I won't be able to find you."
He grabbed the mask and pulled it from my face as hard as he could. It didn't want to go, and I was afraid he'd tear my skin off my face before he'd get the mask off. With every inch he pulled it out, I felt something inside of me, something inside my head, being pulled out with it. I screamed in agony when he finally ripped the mask from my face, barely even noticing that he had dropped me to the ground. He held the mask high above him in triumph, gloatingly staring straight into its faceless visage. He tossed aside the cask of Amontillado with his free hand, revealing a hidden iron door. He easily tore it open and descended down a dark flight of stairs, just as the security guards caught up with us. A couple of them chased after him, but 2 more remained in the room, and I realized that they were flanking Seneca. I looked up to see him gazing down at me with the same sort of disdain one might show for a moldy piece of fruit that was no longer of any use to anyone.
"Get this interloper off my property,"
he ordered, with a sad shake of his head. "You miserable old bastard!" I cursed at Orville the next morning. "You knew what that mask was."
"Of course I did. I told you what it was. What are we yelling for?"
he shouted back. "You knew it wanted to use me to get away from here, and you knew someone else was after it," I cried.
"Lady, look at the front door. What does it say?"
he asked.
"It says caveat emptor. It means buyer beware, and it applies to everything I sell here."
"I didn't buy it. I just put a safety deposit down on it," I shouted. "I only wanted it for one night, and it probably would have used me until I dropped dead. And then you told that crazy jack-o'-lantern-faced guy where I was. I could have been killed."
"Hey, he said the old man said you'd be there. You can't prove he was talking about me. There are lots of old men he could have been talking about,"
Orville insisted, but then let out an uneasy sigh.
"Look, I'm sorry. What do you want from me?"
"I want my safety deposit back," I told him.
"Absolutely out of the question. No return, no deposit. Them's the bricks,"
he shouted. "You made that agreement without ever expecting to see me again, and I wouldn't have lost the mask if you hadn't ratted me out to the jack-o'-lantern guy. That's maleficence, and it voids our agreement," I said.
"Maleficence? Maleficence? Of all the dirty, rotten, underhanded things I've been accused of over the years, no one's ever accused me of maleficence," he claimed. "I admit to no wrongdoing, and since returning your deposit would now be a tacit admission of guilt, I ain't giving it back. However, in the interest of de-escalation, I'd be willing to let you take $1,000 worth of clearance merchandise out of here, before taxes and fees, and service charges."
"The only thing you have on clearance are more of those magic beans, and the jar you gave me was expired," I shouted.
"Not expired. Past their before date,"
Orville corrected me.
"You can still use them. They just... well, let's just say I'd recommend planting them rather than eating them." Better they be coming up through your backyard than out your back door, if you catch my meaning.
In our town, there are two types of jobs for graduating seniors, since college isn't an option. Physical, so laborers, those types of people. But there's also the adult jobs, like the guys who come to fix your light fixture, or try to sell you a house. Then there's working at the TV studio, which, obviously, is the better option. Red Rum Studio was responsible for a multitude of local TV channels and shows, dominated by the one and only talk show broadcasted across town, known for its odd selection of guests. On air every morning between 7 and 9, and then later at night for adults. Call it a televised circus. I was 12 years old when the show first started. I remember the first guest being a real-life vampire. Conrad Myers, a shy-looking kid who kept his head down for most of the interview, awkwardly nodding and barely moving his lips in answer to questions. He didn't look like a vampire. Reddish dark hair sprouting from a hood, and narrow features, a lazy eye that couldn't seem to find the camera. I didn't believe he was a vampire, until he drained a rabbit on camera, and I was sent to my room by my horrified parents. Conrad didn't want to do it. When he was asked to prove himself by the grinning host, he shook his head. But the audience insisted, booing him until a live rabbit was brought out on stage. The crowd, egged on by the host, started to chant, "Eat the rabbit! Eat the rabbit!" Conrad had been forced to his feet, and I remember thinking the people were being far too rough with him, handling him with special gloves and bite-proof jackets. The camera zoomed in on his face as the boy shrunk back, shaking his head rapidly. His eyes were wide, frightened. The host started to tease him, laughing that he couldn't be a real vampire if he didn't feed. That sent him to his knees, his frenzied eyes finding the camera. Please. He was begging the audience and us at home. He was pleading with us to stop. But that just gave the audience incentive to throw things at him. Full cans of soda hitting him in the face and exploding on the stage. I think we all saw something snap inside Conrad. Mum turned to me, her expression twisting. I could tell she was itching to look back at the screen. Her gaze had been captured by the boy on camera, who stopped cowering under his hood. "Bellamy, go to your room." Mum's breathy voice barely registered in my mind. I watched Conrad seemingly lose all of his dignity, his humanity, right on camera. I had grown up reading about vampires. I knew of Dracula and Nosferatu, the fictional manifestations of the popular myth of a blood-sucking humanoid. This boy, however, was neither of those things. There were no glowing eyes or pale skin, no real vampire attributes, except razor-sharp incisors he was trying to hide with the sleeve of his jacket. I watched him in awe, attempting to stumble off stage, before the rabbit's throat was sliced right in front of him. Mum was already reaching for the TV remote when Conrad's expression went flat, his body suddenly relaxing, shoulders slumping. Our whole town watched this boy drop to his knees in startling claret, empty eyes finding the camera, lips twisting into a maniacal grin, before bending down, his body primed like an animal, fingernails curling, clawing at the rabbit's fur in a predatory grasp. Mum started to scream, but it was too late to grab the remote or cover my eyes. Conrad ravaged the animal on live television. Blood stemmed around him, pooling across the stage and dripping down his face and chin. His eyes didn't find the camera, or they did, but I was seeing an abyss, oblivion staring back. It is a myth that vampires' eyes glow red. In reality, they lose all color in their irises completely, reduced to twin caverns carved into their face. A real-life vampire was on stage, and nobody was freaking out. He was snarling, crawling back on his knees, with the severed head still stuck between his teeth. When guards approached him, holding the boy to his feet, he didn't fight back when they slammed him to the ground. Instead, he buried his head in his arms. I could see his trembling body. They were torturing him, the audience laughing at his apparent panic attack when he clutched at his throat, mouthing, "Stop, please." "But you're a vampire." The host laughed, rolling her eyes. "Vampires don't get scared." Mum told me to go to my room, and I was halfway out of the lounge, my heart catapulting into my throat, when I twisted around, mesmerized by the glimmer of red stretched across the stage, like a brand new plush carpet. The host was standing in it, smears decorating her bare legs and the bottom of her heels, as she clapped wildly, lips stretched into a grin. "There you have it," she said into her mic. "We have a real-life vampire." That is when I made the conscious decision that out of the options I had after graduation, I would never choose the studio. The guests over the years got more and more freakish, and I started to wonder where they were coming from. Conrad was definitely a vampire, modeled into a celebrity-like status across town. The following year, Zach, the zombie boy, and Sunny, the cheerleader who couldn't die. All of these kids became regulars, performing every week like real circus freaks. And every time I found myself watching this stupid show, I started to realize that my town was under its manic trance, and that included me. I would never fall under its spell. That is what I told myself. No matter what happened, I would never give myself to this studio. But then, Mum died. Dad left me halfway through my junior year for a 25-year-old, leaving me with pretty much nothing. So, what did I do? I sold myself to Redrum. Or more appropriately, I applied for a job working behind the scenes. I wasn't surprised when I got an interview. These guys looked for recent graduates, fresh faces. What did surprise me, however, was the test I had to take after my initial interview. The man who conducted my interview was nice enough. He told me I was a potential candidate and would be put through a test. I found myself in a small classroom-like setting. The desk at the back had my name in neat letters printed on a sticker. and I took my seat. There were 4 other candidates, with all of them being recent graduates. A smartly dressed woman entered the room, handed out test papers, and then left. A voice over the intercom told us that we had 20 minutes to complete the test. The question started off normal enough. I was asked to write my name. Bellamy Winslow. Age: 18. Question 1. In your own words, please write in detail why you want to pursue a career at Red Rum Studios. I wrote 3 paragraphs of BS, describing how inspired I was as a kid, and my dream to work behind the scenes. I glanced up, mid-writing, to see the guy in front of me, giving me an odd look. His brow raised. I noticed he'd written 1 word. His name, Kai. He'd doodled spiders all over the margins. With a quiet scoff, he turned back to his test. The girl behind me, with a pen sticking out of her mouth, offered me a sarcastic smile when I scanned the room. I didn't realize the scratching of my pencil on paper had been so loud. Question 2. Can you name 3 of our most popular guests? The tap-tap-tapping of another guy's pen was slowly starting to drive me mad. I wrote down Conrad the vampire, Zach the zombie boy, and Jessa, the girl made of stone. All of them were memorable from the audience's reaction. Even after Mum grounded me from watching it, I had still watched Zombie Boy slurp up human intestines on stage. The intestines were from a dead person, was what we were told. But my stomach still danced. Watching this dead boy, forking them up like noodles. The memory made me feel nauseous, and I shifted in my chair, my mouth watering. I avoided Pasta for years after watching his vacant eyes peering through the camera. Stiff jaw, struggling to chew. Scarlet and spew spilling down his chin, like congealed spaghetti sauce. Ugh. Question 3. On a scale from 1 to 10, what is your pain tolerance? That was a question I was not expecting. I had to think about it, chewing on my pencil. I scribbled down 5. I could deal with pain, if it meant spilling scalding coffee all over myself in a rush, or dealing with violent guests. The guy in front of me was still scribbling spiders when I lifted my head. Question 4. What would you give to work for us? $2 and a McDonald's voucher for a double cheeseburger, I joked, before scribbling it out and writing, I will give my all to be the best I can be, and to strive even further. Question 5. Do you have any medical conditions? Nope. I scribbled out the no option. Question 6. Are you sure you do not have any medical conditions? Yes. Questions 7 to 10 were brow-raising, demanding my sleep schedule, and if I was taking any drugs, prescribed or not prescribed. But it was question 8 that sent my mind plunging. How susceptible are you to outside influences? Suddenly, it was like the world had stopped. Movement in front of me, a guy's head dropping into the desk. They were like dominoes, crashing down one by one. There was no panic, no crying out. Pencils slid from fingers that had gone limp, bodies following suit. Something was screaming at me to get up, to lurch up from my chair. But I couldn't move. My eyes were glued to the question. Am I susceptible to outside influence? The words and letters had a meaning, color, a taste, as the question itself contorted on the paper, like it was alive. The words tasted like apples. Candy apples. The room filled with the aroma, and all I could think about then was candy apples. Red candied ones that I had to bite into. Bite into. Bite. I opened my mouth, feeling along my upper incisors with my free hand. I was partially aware of my own pencil dropping to the ground and rolling under my desk. I could feel something wet and warm, drool, sliding from my mouth and pooling down my chin. There were more questions appearing beyond 10, but I couldn't read them. They were too fast for my brain, my hand already moving to scribble down answers. The sound grazing my foggy mind. There was a clock on the wall. I found myself staring at it, slack-jawed. Something was dripping on the desk, seeping across the top of my paper. 1:15 midnight. I blinked, shaking my head of fog. Then again. But I walked into the test at 7:30. I was so tired, my eyes heavy and drooping. I dropped my pencil, which was suddenly back between my fingers. Thank you for completing the test. Jerking my head up, I swiped drool from my lips and chin. The smartly dressed woman was standing in front of us. She nodded at us. You may leave. I was on my feet and heading toward the door before her words could register in my mind. When cold air slammed into me once I was outside, I managed to regain my thoughts. I pulled out my phone. 2 a.m. Exactly. The others seemed to be in a daze around me. Did anyone else blank out during the test? One of the guys spoke out loud, but we were already scattering. His words were still stale in my mind when I was walking home. I was 3 blocks away from my house, and yet somehow I felt far away, like I was walking on air. Something rushed past me, a cloud of exhaust fumes flying in my face, and I stumbled back, reality starting to blossom into fruition. I was half awake, dried drool on my chin, and my body aching. My steps weren't steady, clumsy and topsy-turvy, like I had just jumped off of a carnival ride. Looking around, I was sure I wasn't far from home. But every step seemed to slow down, like the world was grinding to a halt. Another look at my phone. But it wasn't in my hand. I was just staring at thin air. But where was my phone? My hand looked weird. Too many fingers, and then too little. I wiggled my index, peering closer. Then my pinky. It looked funky, like part of it was missing. I could taste something in my mouth suddenly, a tangy and metallic tinge at the back of my throat and coating my teeth. Blinding light in my eyes. but I was still standing frozen, gingerly running my tongue over my bloody lips. In short flashes, I felt arms wrapping around me, but I didn't move. I didn't know how. My whole body was paralyzed because I had been mindlessly chewing on my own severed pinky. I blinked again, and I was sitting cross-legged on ice-cold metal flooring, being violently thrown around the back of a van. It's weird. Like I could control time, jumping forwards with a blink. Except every time I jumped forward, reality became harder to make out. Time twisted around me, dragging me through seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months. There was a specific room that was mine, but I don't remember speaking or having coherent thoughts inside this room. I remember there was a simple bed, a desk, and a mirror. I broke the mirror twice. I didn't sleep. Couldn't fucking fall asleep. Could never fall asleep. Days blurred into one, and every time I caught my reflection, I could no longer recognize myself. I remember my first time out of that room, that I thought was endless, and would last forever. It was after time had stopped for me, and I was only aware that I wasn't myself. I knew my name, but only because I had been told it multiple times. Bellamy. They told me, when I was strapped down under blinding light, squirming underneath the masked man's gloves, delving inside the cavern cut into my torso and my skull. Sometimes, I wondered if I was dreaming, or having an out-of-body experience. Maybe. But when I moved, my shadow was different. My whole body was different. A writhing, slimy thing erupting from my flesh. Sometimes these things moved, like branches, waving at me. They killed 3 men in white, even when I was strapped down, snaking around their necks and squeezing, twisting, until the head was popping off like a bottle cap. The men in white didn't like how unpredictable these things could be. So, they sliced them away, one by one, severing them from the root right under my skin. Soon after, they came back, this time embedded inside my blood. The men in white tested me, cutting into me, only for this thing, this sentient being, entwining my blood and bone, fought back. Not like a waving branch this time. I saw its shadow in dazzling white light, illuminating my mutilated torso, underneath blood-spattered blankets. This time I could sense it slithering under my skin, rippling in my blood. I liked to play a game with myself, timing how long it would take for me to pass out from the tests I was put through. My shortest time was 7 seconds, I think. I passed out before the numbers could fully form. I wasn't awake for a number of the procedures, but when I was, I wished myself dead. That the scalpel slicing me open for the 10th time would finally puncture something important. Unluckily for me, it didn't. I was moved to a different room. This one had a single chair and a glass screen in front of me. I forget my name again when they forced me down, pinning my wrists. Bellamy, the nurse told me when I asked her. my head cocked, thoughts still dancing from my morning cocktail. Her smile was friendly enough, until she turned and placed down a single soda can in front of me. I hadn't seen a can of soda in... I had no idea. I started to move, an impulse forcing me from the chair, but the Velcro straps held me down. The nurse shook her head, and in the corner of my eye, a group of masked people carefully watched me through the sheet of glass, armed with iPads. They asked me to use the can without my hands. First, I thought they were fucking with me, so I forcefully toppled myself over. But that just earned me a sharp electroshock of pain running across my skull. I didn't even notice the strange metal pads glued to the back of my head. The nurse, still with a wide smile, told me once again to grab the can of soda without the use of my hands. And I did. I don't remember much. What I do remember is that particular nurse being carried out of the room, the remnants of her glued to a stretcher. The room was a lot redder than I remembered, and it was raining. Something wet dropped onto my face, but I was too busy slurping from the can. It tasted good. Fuck. Bubbly soda running down my throat. I burped, and something fleshy and red hit the floor. The soda had a weird taste. Maybe diet. Not long after that, I was meeting others like me. The nurse told me to be nice. Apparently, I was the only one who did not suffer neurological trauma. I met the others over McDonald's served to us in a lounge area, complete with a cafeteria. I was chewing on a burger when they each took their seats. I recognized all of them, the candidates from the test. But, just like the nurse told me, they had been severely altered. The guy who scoffed at me, doodling spiders all over his paper, was silent. There was a scary-looking bandage wrapped around his neck. I could make out slight smears of red leaking through. I didn't comment, biting further into my burger. The others were overly giggly. The girls burst out laughing in intervals, while another guy followed suit, like he was copying them. But then I started picking at my fries, and so did he, mirroring my exact actions, his fingers grasping at imaginary food. His expression mimicked mine, my wide eyes, curled lips, the confusion riddled in my brows. When someone did speak, which was rare, he copied them, the exact curl on their lip and the tone of their voice. The nurse asked if we wanted dessert, and he mimicked her, almost instantly, blood seeping from his nose. His eyes resembled a child, wide and curious. It was almost like this guy was learning. The last boy seemed the least with it. His head was cocked at an unnatural angle, eyes heavy and half-lidded. And when I was really taking him in, I could see stitches lining across his forehead. The boy's eyes were hollowed out, and yet his smile was somehow genuine, I think. Fry? He offered me with a wide, toothy smile. His teeth were bright red, still wet. That day, I think I met my family. especially when we made our first and last guest appearance on the town's talk show. The stage lights were too bright. Next to me, Ethan's hands were trembling in his lap, exactly where he had been told to put them. I had no idea there was a certain etiquette on talk shows. We had to sit sandwiched together, the girls with their legs crossed, and the guys' hands in their laps. They had cleaned up pretty well. Satin dresses for the girls, and suits and ties for us guys. The hands in your lap thing was probably a polite thing. In our case, though, it was probably for other reasons too. I could see the way the shadowy audience were looking at us. Their narrowed eyes felt like knives slicing into me. The talk show host's smile was too big. Too many teeth. A lipsticky grin, treating us like we were feral. She was even more terrifying up close, and I was already overstimulated from the lights blinding me, the loud pop music bursting from the speakers. I kept glancing over to Ethan, who I was told to keep an eye on. His leg was moving up and down. Next on the show, the host trilled to the cameras in front of us. We have 5 miracles. They went viral across town after showing unique abilities. My turn to speak. Hands in your lap to avoid complications was what they told us before coming on stage. So, why don't you guys spill the juicy details, Camera 2 fell on me, and I pulled my lips into a cheesy grin. Well, I wiped my hands on expensive pants, slicking them over rich material. We were born with this thing, and we found each other. Like fate. The teleprompter said laugh, and I did, albeit shakily. T and Ruby were not told to laugh, because their laughter did bad things. In the corner of my eye, their heads were bowed, no doubt hiding their giggles. Fate, I thought dizzily, swiping my clammy hands up and down my pants. I was still inside that room of concrete, counting my breaths and waiting for the next razor-sharp slice down the back of my head and torso. I could still feel the tough Velcro straps holding me down, the ground rumbling beneath my feet every time a scream clawed from my throat, and masked figures looming over me, prodding and poking until something inside me snapped, ignited, coming to life. The chair I was forced into. 4 walls of pristine white, smeared in mesmerizing red, and a single empty soda can sitting in front of me. Fate, I told the shadowy faces in front of me, my body starting to contort beneath me, phantom blood trickling down my face. It was wet and sticky. I could still see the soda can hitting the wall, and my knees slamming into the cold porcelain. Don't go off script, the voice in my ear warned. But it wasn't fate, I thought, my own foot starting to tap, tap, tap. Johnny lay a hand on my leg, telling me with eyes that made the audience squirm it was okay. But it wasn't okay. They dragged me into a van in the middle of the night after I mutilated myself. I was drugged until I couldn't think straight, my body sliced and purged until I no longer felt human. They ripped Ethan's voice out, stripped the girls of their minds, Kai of his soul. Johnny had half of a fucking brain. Fate. Fate. A shrill scream rang out suddenly, and I jerked my head up, only to see the host's severed head rolling across the stage. The others started laughing. Not just the girls, their laughter already rumbling the ground beneath us. Kai, setting the front row alight with a single swipe of his hand. Johnny sat back, head cocked, blank eyes on camera too. The girls erupting into hyena giggles. Giggles that turned physical in the air, beginning a manic dance across the stage, and delving into the audience to feast. I watched Ethan jump up, his shadow looming over me, both arms flinging out and tearing off heads, filleting the panicked horde rushing to get out. Geysers of sharp red splattering plush seats. The vivid glow of fire, tearing through the screaming horde, finally woke me up. I was seeing color. Blood seeping across the stage, staining my brand new shoes. Unbelievably to me, the cameras kept rolling. They filmed everything. I knew I would join them soon enough, massacring the people who turned me. But first, I was just going to sit, with my hands in my lap, just like they told me. Presently, we're far away from that nightmare town. I'm currently inside a sort of institute for young monsters. They picked us up when we managed to escape what was supposed to be a televised execution. Every day, I learn a new thing about what exactly they tried, and I guess succeeded, in turning me into. I have a therapy session every week, sometimes with a real-life mermaid, or mer people. There are more than one, where we learn what we are. Thank you for listening. I know it was a lot, but I'm encouraged to write down my experiences. It's a form of therapy. I've lived in a small apartment complex for close to 10 years now. It's a small, one-bedroom affair that, being built in the late 70s, is extremely old-fashioned in its decor. But the rent has always been decent. The landlord has always been accommodating when I have a problem. And for the most part, the neighbors have been quiet and haven't caused a fuss. Aside from the occasional homeless person dumpster diving for cans in the middle of the night, or a television played slightly too loud from downstairs, it's always been rather easy for me to fall asleep. Until my new neighbor moved in a few weeks ago. At first, I didn't think anything negative would come with her. She was a friendly, if rather reclusive woman, who appeared to be in her mid to late 30s. From what I picked up from our limited conversations when meeting at the mailboxes, or gathering laundry, she was a recovering addict who successfully made a clean break from the life, and had moved here to try and start over. As someone who has lost a few friends to addictions, I felt sympathetic, and always was polite and friendly when we saw each other. And for the first few weeks of her living here, all was well. And then the banging began. I'd woken up at about 2 in the morning to have to use the bathroom and was washing my hands when I heard it. Or, I should say that I first felt it more than heard it. The vibration that came through the floor was enough to give me pause. What the hell? Drying my hands quickly, I pulled open the bathroom door and stepped out into the living room. A moment later, it came again. But this time, I heard it. Someone was at one of my neighbor's doors, and they weren't just knocking. They were practically pounding on it. I groaned softly at my first thought. Oh, great. Not the cops again. We just had them over a few weeks ago, due to an altercation that a rather belligerent homeless woman had had with my next-door neighbor as they stood outside having a cigarette. But then the banging came again, and I realized something. Whoever was doing the banging wasn't saying a word. No yelling or orders typical of either police or simply an argument between a couple or something. The realization made me feel a little bit wary, and I eyed the closed blinds that covered the window that opened onto the second-floor walkway. For a moment, I debated on sliding a finger through them, parting them enough to peek outside. But as I toyed with the notion, suddenly the banging stopped. The world outside went silent, save for the barking of a dog somewhere a few blocks away. I stood there for another second, listening to see if I could hear the sounds of footsteps, but it remained quiet. After a few seconds, I shrugged my shoulders and turned back to my bedroom. Whatever. I'll figure it out in the morning, I thought, as I closed my bedroom door and climbed back into bed. The next day, as I grabbed my mail, I saw my neighbor, whose name I'd learned was Erin, enter the laundry room that also doubled as our mail room. We each said good morning to each other, and after exchanging pleasantries, I decided to ask her about the banging. "Oh, no. You heard that?" she asked me, an apoplectic look etching itself onto her face. I nodded. After a second's silence, she answered, her voice filled with an apologetic tone. "I am so sorry. That was one of my friends. He'd swung by to drop off my laptop. I left it at his place when I was in the middle of moving." At 2 in the morning? I mentally wondered, but chose not to say it aloud. After all, I didn't want to appear rude. Instead, I just smiled at her. "Well, just in the future, let your friends know that things are supposed to be quiet here after 10. I just don't want to see you get into trouble." She nodded immediately, giving a smile of her own. "Of course. Thank you for giving me the heads up," she said, locking her mailbox and heading for the door. Thinking that was the end of it, I left the mailroom, got into my car, and went to work. The day passed by normally, and after stopping by the grocery store to buy a frozen pizza, I returned home and gorged myself on it while watching a marathon of classic horror movies. I shut the TV off around 11, dumped my dishes into the sink to do tomorrow, and after brushing my teeth, slipped into bed. It took about half an hour of getting comfortable, but eventually, I fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. The sound ripped me out of the pleasant dream I'd been having, and my eyes snapped open. I glanced at my alarm clock. The red letters read 2:15 a.m. As I lay there, wondering whether the sound had come from my dreams or not, it came again. 3 rhythmic bangs, then a few seconds of silence, before 3 more. My mind, still only half awake, slowly began turning. Then it suddenly clicked. I let out a groan. Oh, you've got to be freaking kidding me. I threw off the covers and slid out of bed. 2 nights in a row. I'd already had my doubts about Erin's story of a friend returning something. This was piling it on more. I opened my bedroom door and stepped out into the living room. The walkway lights glowed softly through the closed blinds, and I moved over to them. For another 30 seconds, I stood there in the dark, listening to the person pounding on the door. Then, exactly as before, the banging stopped. Silence fell, and this time, after a few seconds of contemplation, I pulled down one of the blinds and peered outside. I had a perfect view across the way to Erin's front door, the walkway lights revealing nobody. I angled the blinds up farther, looking down at the parking lot and the stretch of road visible. Not a soul was visible anywhere out there. How the hell did they get down to the ground and out of sight so quickly? The last knock came less than 15 seconds ago. For a moment, I thought about unlocking the door and sticking my head out, but pushed the thought away as a yawn escaped my lips. I'd speak to Erin tomorrow if I saw her. For now, I needed to get more sleep, so I wouldn't go to work tired. I didn't see her the next day, or when I got home that night. As I unlocked my front door, I heard the door behind me open. Turning, I found myself staring at the tired eyes of David, my next-door neighbor.
Have you been hearing someone banging away on someone's door the last 2 nights?
He asked grumpily. I nodded. He let out a sigh.
Well, hopefully it doesn't happen again, because it's getting on my nerves,
he said, before slamming his door shut. Most of my neighbors will complain when something gets on their nerves. But, for whatever reason, whether it's that they don't want to be seen as a squeak, or are just too beat down from everyday life, don't ever call management or confront the person causing the problems. This was just another textbook case of that. As I pushed my door open, I shot a final look across at Erin's door. I'd given a moment's thought on knocking on her door, but decided against it and headed inside. I didn't know the woman at all, and I didn't know who was coming in the middle of the night either. And given the fact of her old life, it could be someone less than scrupulous banging away. The last thing I wanted to do was get involved with something that could end badly for me. I forced myself to forget it as I cooked dinner and played video games before hitting the hay. I prayed that I wouldn't be woken up again. But I was. This time, I flung the covers off of me and went straight to my front door, irritation bubbling up inside. Grabbing my jacket off the hook and sliding into my flip-flops, I unlocked the front door and reached for the handle. But something stopped me. I couldn't explain what it was, but it was the oddest sensation I've ever felt. It was as if something were incessantly telling me not to open the door, and it was enough to make me hesitate for a few seconds. Just like the last 2 nights, the banging suddenly stopped, forcing the warning away. I grasped the handle and turned it, yanking the door open. The chilly fall night washed over me as I blinked rapidly against the blinding porch light. Stepping outside, I turned and looked around the corner, expecting to see whoever had been wailing on the door to be making a break for the stairs. To my shock, I saw nobody. That's freaking impossible. The knocking stopped less than 5 seconds ago. Somebody wouldn't have been able to get downstairs and out of sight so quickly. Feeling thoroughly confused, I pulled the door shut behind me and stepped out onto the walkway. Glancing around, I still saw no one. I turned to look at Erin's apartment. The blinds were drawn, and I saw no light emanating from behind them. I scoffed. The woman can sleep through that racket? As I stood there, a feeling suddenly fell over me. A shiver shot up my spine, causing me to gasp aloud as the feeling of being watched from behind overtook me. And whoever was doing the staring was definitely not friendly. I realized with another shiver that I'd left my back open to the stairs behind me. The perfect place for someone to sneak up on you. My heart began to thunder in my chest, and my breathing came in short gasps as a wave of instinctive fear surged through me, tightening every muscle in my body. I snapped my fist closed and spun around, ready to sock someone in the face. There was nobody behind me. The stairway was empty and dark, but I'd been sure that someone had been there. Trying to stay as quiet as possible to keep from waking up my neighbors, I descended the stairs, triggering the motion sensor light on them to flash on and bathe the area in harsh white light. Reaching the bottom, I looked first to the left, then to the right. The empty street stretched away in both directions, the dark shapes of parked cars lit by the occasional yellowish-orange glow of the streetlights. Nothing moved in the night. I heard a dog bark a few blocks away again, along with the sound of the generator from the boat-building factory down by the river. I stared for a few more moments, then turned around and headed back upstairs, shaking my head. "Come on, Owen. What are you doing, man?" I mumbled quietly to myself as I reached my front door. This is beyond stupid. You could have gotten hurt. And besides, it's none of your business. Whether it's an old druggy friend of hers or anything, just stay out of it. Just take a melatonin or sleep aid and stay out of it. Stepping inside and locking the door behind me, I vowed to not get up again for the banging. After all, it can't last too much longer, right? The thought didn't exactly reassure me, but I allowed my vow to help me relax as I slipped back into bed. As I lay there, My mind thought back to the sensation I'd had while standing on the top of the walkway. It wasn't one I'd ever experienced before, and I didn't like it. The feeling of fear returned briefly, sending a small shiver down my spine. But I forced it away, and after an unusually long stint of tossing and turning, I fell asleep. The next day, I went to Rite Aid and bought a bottle of melatonin, along with a bottle of more traditional sleeping pills. I'd never bought anything to help stay asleep before, never having trouble with sleep. First time for everything, I thought, as the cashier rang me up. After work, I returned home and watched a movie before deciding to try and head to bed earlier than usual. I chewed one of the melatonin gummies before brushing my teeth, and hoped against hope that the banging wouldn't come again, or that the gummy would help me slip into a deep enough sleep that it wouldn't wake me up, at least. I said a silent prayer as I got into bed that I would sleep through it. My prayers were not answered. I was woken up, yet again, at just after 2 by the banging. The irritation that filled me wanted to get up and confront the person before they stopped knocking and disappeared. But, remembering my vow, I forced myself to stay in bed. After a few minutes, the banging stopped, and soon enough, I fell back asleep. It was not the last night it happened either. For a week, I tried taking the melatonin gummies, hoping that they hadn't worked due to not getting into my system enough. But they did exactly jack shit. I began to go to work more and more tired. My reflection in the mirror also began to show dark circles under my eyes from the lack of long, restful sleep. A few of my co-workers asked me if everything was all right, and I made up a story about an account stressing me out. My neighbors kept grumbling about the noise, but as always, they did nothing. Erin stopped speaking to anyone else in the complex as well. Instead, she'd dash for her car or apartment whenever anyone spotted her, as if she didn't want to discuss what was going on. Finally, as the week ended, I decided to start taking the sleep aid. For the first week, they actually seemed to do the trick. I would fall asleep quickly and stay asleep. I began to feel better, both physically and mentally, and my pace at work began to return to normal. I was able to put the situation out of my mind, and I even recommended the sleep aids to a few of my neighbors, who ran out to buy them. Things, finally, began to settle down, and I felt sure that with a viable solution found, that nothing could mess up the welcome change in pace. In hindsight, I hate how overconfident I became. How sure I was it would last. It didn't. I was woken up at the exact same time, this time feeling groggy from the sleeping pill. I lay there in the dark, hearing the banging, and couldn't help but let out a half-strangled cry as reality was jammed back into my face. Fuck! I hissed through gritted teeth. I hoped it had just been a one-time stumble, but it wasn't. Whether my body had built up a tolerance to the pills or whatever, I began to wake up to the banging on the same nightly basis as before. Again, I began to feel like crap, and my work and social life started to suffer as a result too. Friends, and even my boss became concerned about me. I was called into his office one day. After asking what was going on, I ended up telling him about the situation. He grunted in response, thinking,
"Well, Travers, if it's getting that bad, and nobody is doing anything about it, why don't you move out?"
He finally asked.
"Why don't you find somewhere else? There are plenty of apartment buildings in town."
I sighed, explaining to him that while there were openings around town, all of them were over $1,200 a month. My apartment complex was the last one in town where the rent was under $1,000, and it was the only one I could afford. He sighed as well and looked at me.
"I'm sorry that you seem to be stuck in a bit of a pickle, Travers. But I have to be honest. Your performance has dropped considerably from what it normally is, below even our lowest standards. You've been a loyal employee for years, but if it keeps up, we may have to reevaluate your employment with us."
I felt my jaw drop open, disbelief flooding every fiber of my being. Are you serious? I managed out. He nodded, a stern look on his face.
"I sympathize with your unfortunate scenario, Travers. But the unfortunate truth is, we have to look at the grand scheme of things. This company needs to always function at its expected pace and vigor. And if people can't keep up, for whatever reason, then..."
He trailed off. I wanted to say more, but I was dumbstruck. I'd worked here for 8 years, almost the entire time I'd lived in town. Never before had the prospect of being fired ever hit me. Not able to say anything else, I simply nodded and left the office. I spent the rest of the day keeping to myself, feeling as though my world was steering straight into the side of a cliff and I was unable to steer away. As I slunk up the stairs to my apartment, I cast a look at Erin's apartment. As usual, all the blinds were drawn, and there was no sign of life at all. A sharp feeling tore through me, and I was surprised to find it was bitterness and anger, an emotion I wasn't used to. At Erin for not calling the cops or doing anything to stop the banging. At my neighbors for being too apathetic to step in themselves. And most of all, at myself. I slammed the front door behind me, harder than I usually did, and chose to order a pizza and breadsticks from Domino's. As I had the next few days off, I decided to get wasted. So I grabbed 2 large bottles of margarita from the fridge. And, after my food arrived, began downing them as I binge-watched a marathon of the Mummy movies. The alcohol made me feel a tiny bit better, and at 12:30 in the morning, I stumbled into my room and fell on the bed, instantly falling asleep. I blinked groggily as the waking world swam into view around me. The world almost immediately began spinning, showing that the alcohol hadn't left my system yet, and my temples throbbed slightly. I rolled over, wiping drool off my chin as I attempted to fall back asleep. The pounding came again, hard enough that I could feel the vibrations running up the feet of the bed into the mattress. I rolled onto my back and stared at the spinning ceiling, trying to fight back the urge to vomit. As the pounding in my head began to sync up with the incessant sound, a new feeling began to wash over me. Anger. And not just anger, but an almost full-blown rage. This fucker is going to cost me my job. He may end up costing me my apartment, along with my damn sanity. All because that fucking woman won't answer the damn door. The thoughts swam around and around in my head, and for the first time in my life, I began to see red. It finally boiled over as I stumbled to my feet. Moving to the closet, I grabbed an aluminum baseball bat and strode to the front door. Far back in my mind, I knew that confronting someone who could turn violent while drunk was not a smart idea. But I'd had enough. I jammed my feet into my flip-flops as another round of the banging came. I decided to quickly look through the blinds to see if they were still there. Slipping 2 fingers through them, I pulled them down enough to clearly see across the way. The porch light that lit up the doorways of Erin and her next-door neighbor had burned out. But even with the darkness that now shrouded the alcove, I could see the shape of someone standing directly in front of her door. Someone who was almost as tall as the door itself. As I watched, they reached up and slammed their fist onto the door 3 times. Oh, fuck this shit, man. I growled, then moved to the front door. The drunken rage, now full, fueling me. I unlocked the door and yanked it open, almost falling on my ass by how hard I pulled. Storming out into the walkway, I turned and saw the figure still there. You're not disappearing from me this time, fuckhead. I took in a deep breath, then let out a yell, my words slurring slightly. Hey, asshole! The figure had been in the middle of raising its arm to hit the door again when I'd spoken, and it froze, as though they hadn't planned on being caught. I took another step forward. I've had enough of you pounding on that door for almost a fucking month. I'm losing sleep, and you're pissing off everybody in this complex. Holding the baseball bat in one hand, I extended it out and rapped it hard against the wooden railing before finishing my tirade. If you don't beat it right now, and don't come back, I'm gonna personally beat the freaking shit out of you. Now, fuck off. Breathing heavily, I stood there, waiting for the person to respond. But they just stayed there, their arm raised to hit the door again. My rage began to boil over again when the sound of something rapping softly against the glass came. I kept my eyes trained on the steel figure for another moment, before looking away to find the source of it. My gaze fell upon Erin's living room window, which no longer had the blinds closed. They had all been yanked all the way open, and Erin now stood directly behind the glass. For a moment, my anger kept me from properly seeing what she was doing, and I was about to flip her the bird when my vision focused. Erin was frantically waving at me. She crossed her arms over and over while shaking her head. The universal sign for "don't do that." I was about to dismiss her, thinking she was trying to get me to butt out, when the expression on her face became clear. And in that instant, all my rage died away. Her face was white as a sheet, and her eyes were as wide as a human's could go, the horror clearly etched onto it. She looks like someone who... My blood turned to ice. She looks like someone who's about to watch someone get murdered. Oh shit. The realization wasn't the only one I had. Erin's eyes were no longer the only ones on me. The figure had turned away from her door to glare at me as well, and my heart almost stopped as I saw two red eyes staring out at me. I let out a giant gasp and dropped the bat as the same fear I'd felt that night a few weeks ago flooded back into me, this time with a vengeance. Through my shock and horror, a thought wormed its way forward. That's not a person. That's not human. Oh shit. I breathed out, my voice choking off. It hadn't been loud enough for anyone that far away to hear them. And somehow, the damn thing chuckled at them. The chortle was low and deep, and the only way I can describe it was demonic. Another flash of movement came from Erin's window, and my eye flickered over to her. She was frantically waving for me to go back inside. That's when the walkway lights went out. Oh fuck. Propelled by the surge of fear, I instantly bolted for my open door. A new wave passed through me as I saw a blur of movement separating itself from the shroud of blackness, one which moved faster than any human could. Letting out a strangled cry, I grabbed the door and began to slam it shut. But something crashed into it from the other side before I could. I would have flown backwards over my couch if I hadn't had a vice-like grip on the handle. Frantically, I pushed against the door with all my strength. The door closed a bit, and I felt a momentary sense of relief, until something snaked its way around the side of the door, between the crack that opened to the outside world. It was a fucking claw. A grey hand, tipped at the end with black, razor-sharp nails, ones that dug into the metal like it was butter. The sight sent a surge of adrenaline through me, and I let out another strangled scream, slamming all my weight into the door. I felt the impact as it banged hard against the claw, the only thing keeping it open. The creature on the other side didn't let out a sound, but the claw quickly pulled away. I didn't waste another second. I slammed the door all the way shut, forcing the deadbolt into position, along with the doorknob lock. Silence immediately fell over the complex, and I stood there, leaning against the door for support, as I fought to draw in a breath. The pounding came from directly on the other side of the door, powerful enough that it rattled on its hinges. Letting out a shout, I stumbled away from the door, crashing into the back of the couch and crashing to the floor. The 3 bangs came again, with the same ferocity as the first. I began to cry, pulling my knees up against my chest as I curled into a ball on the floor. I thought for sure that it would smash against my door, hard enough to break it down. But it kept banging for what seemed like eternity. I lay on the floor, frozen in terror, and unable to do anything but cry, as my mind seemed to fracture slightly. The image of those red eyes, staring at me, repeating endlessly in my mind. And then, it stopped. The pounding stopped, directly in the middle of one of the 3 sets, and was replaced by silence. A silence that now held far more dread than I ever thought it could have. Still, I lay there, unable to move. I didn't move at all, even as hours seemed to pass. I'm not sure whether my mind became overwhelmed by the fear, or the alcohol still latent in my system, but somehow I passed out. When I awoke, the sun glowed brightly against the blinds, and I heard the birds singing outside. Uncurling myself, I slowly got to my feet and approached the window. Reaching out with shaking fingers, I grabbed the handle and forced myself to twist it. The light was almost blinding as the blinds opened, and I blinked a few times to adjust. When I did, though, I saw that everything outside looked normal. It was as if the entire horrific night had been nothing but a drunken nightmare, and for a moment, I almost convinced myself it was. Until I looked at the door and saw the deep marks on the metal. They reminded me that it had been very real. I was suddenly overcome with an almost desperate desire to get out of the apartment, to get as far away as I could. And so, I raced to my room, grabbing a shirt and pants, and jamming myself into them. I grabbed my car keys off the hook and yanked open the door, allowing more sunlight to stream inside. There was a sealed envelope lying on the entrance mat. It simply had my name written on the front, and nothing else. I swallowed hard, then looked around. Everything still looked normal. I looked over at Erin's apartment. The blinds were closed tightly again, and the door firmly shut. Taking a shaky breath, I picked up the envelope, then shut the door behind me, and half walked, half ran down the steps to my car. After locking the doors, I finally opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of white paper, which someone had written on in a shaky scrawl. It's been almost a month since I read that letter in the parking lot. Almost a month since I read the words that have haunted every waking moment. I drove off, hoping that they were wrong. I drove to the next county, choosing to stay in a run-down motel for the night. And I prayed that the letter was wrong, or a lie. I desperately prayed and begged. But when the pounding began, at exactly 2 a.m., the same 3 raps for almost 10 minutes, I knew the words Erin had written were true. Owen, I'm so sorry for this. I didn't want anyone else to be caught up in it. I moved here because people told me the neighbors don't deal with other people's drama. and I thought that meant it would be safe. That people around me would be safe. You see, a few months ago, I broke up with my ex, who had enabled my drug addiction. It was the only way I could break the addiction cycle. But I didn't know she was into the occult. I got a call from her, telling me that she'd cursed me, summoning a demon especially for me, to torment me in revenge for leaving her. She laughed and wished me to suffer thoroughly before I died a painful death. I thought she was full of shit at first, that she was threatening me into coming back to her, until the knocking began. The same 3-pounding knocks every night at 2 in the morning for 10 or 20 minutes, loud enough that it sounded like the door would bust in, but never doing so. And when I looked out of the peephole and saw it staring at me, staring with those red eyes, those wicked teeth smiling, and those cruel claws flashing on its hands, I knew she'd told the truth. The reason I moved to your complex is that through some searching of occult books, I discovered the demon she'd cursed on me will, for the rest of your life, knock on your door. It can't enter a person's home by force, but it can drive you insane with its knocking, and it takes great pleasure in the suffering it inflicts through that. Its ultimate goal is to break the person down enough that they end up willingly opening the door to it while it's on the other side. And then it takes you. You'll never be seen again, and you'll be tortured for eternity. The worst part is there is a single way to break the curse on you. The only way is by having someone else, someone innocent, see the demon as it knocks on your door. Then the curse is passed along to that person and lifted from you. You basically have to sacrifice someone else in order to free yourself. It's something I was never able to do. I couldn't willingly have someone suffer such a horrifying fate, even to save myself. I would have gone on forever dealing with it, or eventually just opened the door and let it take me. But that choice is now gone. You saw it. It locked on to you. And now the curse has been passed to you. It will follow you wherever you go, no matter how far. It will get behind any door, and it will knock. It will break you down. I'm now free. But at a cost I never wanted to make. I'm sorry. I won't be around much longer. I can't stand to see it happen to you. Please, forgive me. I went back to my apartment the next day. There was no point in running. Not when it would follow me. Erin moved out the day after I came back. I watched her pack her things into a U-Haul, watched her get in, and with a last sorrowful look up at my window, drive away. I couldn't bring myself to walk outside and say anything to her. Every night since, it's pounded on my door. Every day, I feel more and more tired, more worn down. I feel like I'm slowly going insane. I barely managed to make it to work. And yesterday, it finally happened. My boss called me into his office and fired me. I only have a few months left of savings before I can't pay rent anymore. I don't know what's going to happen when that day comes. That's not the worst part, though. Erin's letter still reverberates around inside my head. The words about how to pass the curse along. I wouldn't wish this fate upon my worst enemy. I'd never want to hurt someone else. But I'm not as strong as Erin. I don't want to be tortured forever. And I don't know how much longer I can take this. How much longer until I break? How much longer until I lure someone else into seeing it? Hello, Sinister listeners. If you've enjoyed this story, then you'll find all the author's information in the description below. For more content, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to succumb to the sinister.